Chapter 556. However, Li Liang had clearly been turned into a human stick by him, and one of his eyes had been taken out. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Now, not only had he survived, but his limbs and eyes had also recovered. What was even stranger was that the aura Li Liang was emitting indicated that he had reached level 6. This was too inconceivable. Li Liang was just an ordinary person back then. How could he have reached level 6 in such a short time? Su Chen, are you surprised? Li Liang stared at Su Chen and sneered, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you didn't turn me into a zombie, I wouldn't have known that I was so talented. Speaking of this, his face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, the humiliation you brought me, I will return it back to you. And your friends, I won't let any of them go. I want you to watch them die in front of your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Liang laughed wantonly as if he had gone mad. Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered, if I can torture you once, I can torture you a second time. And this time, I will make you disappear from this world completely. A mere level 6 zombie dared to boast in front of him. What a joke! Arrogant! Li Liang shouted angrily and waved his hand. Kill him! Suddenly, 3 level 6 undead clan members rushed towards Su Chen. The undead clan members were Li Liang's subordinates? Following Li Liang's orders? Although Su Chen was confused, he didn't think too much about it. As the 3 undead clan members rushed over, he raised his hand and used the Pegasus Meteor Punch. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of explosions, the 3 undead clan members were smashed to the ground. Their bones were all broken. Although they were not dead, they were breathing heavily. It seemed that they wouldn't survive. Is that all you've got? Su Chen curled his lips and looked at Li Liang. You're still as strong as ever. However, no matter how powerful you are, you will still die in my hands today. Li Liang's face darkened slightly. Then he raised both of his hands and a ball of gray light shot out. It flew into the air and split into 3, entering the bodies of 3 undead clansmen. Su Chen did not understand what was going on, but he was surprised to find that after the 3 undead clan members absorbed the gray light, their life auras rose, and their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his aura reached its peak, and his injuries were healed. Ah, Su Chen, do you know how powerful I am now? Li Liang laughed wildly. Healing body? Su Chen muttered. The body of healing could heal one's injuries in a short period of time, but no matter how strong it was, it could only heal oneself. It was unheard of for someone to be able to heal others like Li Liang. Kill him. When the 3 undead clan members had completely recovered, Li Liang gave the order to kill Su Chen again. Kill! The 3 undead clan members roared and charged towards Su Chen without hesitation. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and a pitch-black battle saber appeared in his hand. When the 3 undead clan members were close to him, he swung the saber. In an instant, a blue torrent swept forward. There was a loud boom. The 3 undead clansmen exploded at the same time under the ravaging of the lightning spell, turning into ashes. Li Liang, can you still save them? The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched as he mocked. Chapter 557. Su Chen, today I'll show you what it means to be immortal and indestructible. Li Liang roared into the sky. As his roar fell, his entire body seemed to become illusory and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became 1,000 feet tall, like a giant mountain that stood between heaven and earth. After the transformation, Li Liang pushed forward with one hand. Suddenly, a thick gray ray of light shot out from it. It flew into the air and exploded with a loud bang. Then, it turned into a thin mist and slowly drifted down. After a few breaths, the area within a radius of dozens of miles was shrouded by this layer of gray mist. Is Li Liang. Chao Ran, who was in the intelligent war chariot, saw this scene and the corners of his mouth trembled. The faces of Tan Lin and the others also became unusually ugly. They clearly remembered that Li Liang was tortured by Su Chen until he was neither human nor ghost. Logically speaking, there was absolutely no chance for him to survive. Then why was he not only still alive, but also abnormally powerful? This made them very puzzled, and they also felt that it was extremely strange. "This is your trump card?" Su Chen said calmly with a calm expression. Li Liang became 1,000 feet tall, but the aura he emitted was still at level 6. This meant that his strength had not increased. If his strength did not increase, he would only be able to scare people no matter how big he became. There was no practical meaning. Li Liang snorted coldly and suddenly shouted, "Revive!" The void trembled slightly, and 3 thick balls of gray light appeared in front of Su Chen. After a while, they turned into 3 undying clan members. Judging from their aura and appearance, they were the 3 undying clan members who were blown up by Su Chen's thunder-type spell. Can they really revive? Faced with this strange scene, Su Chen was a little moved. "Su Chen, now you know what a real genius is, right?" Li Liang laughed proudly. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go together and kill them all." Under Li Liang's command, all the zombies roared and rushed toward Su Chen. For a moment, smoke and dust billowed, and the sound waves reached the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of zombies gathered together, like a vast ocean, ferocious and monstrous, giving people a heavy feeling of suffocation. Faced with such a terrifying scene, if it were anyone else, they would have turned around and fled long ago. However, Su Chen was not afraid at all. After using Atlas shape-shifting, his cultivation level rose to level 7, and he approached Li Liang step by step. As for those zombies that rushed over, he simply turned a blind eye to them. With the ancient God-fiend body, he could ignore all attacks below the same level. Although there were over 100,000 zombies present, none of them were above level 7, so they wouldn't cause any harm to him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies rushed in front of Su Chen, and like tiny grains of sand colliding with a towering mountain, they exploded and died. However, not long after they died, they would quickly revive and continue to rush toward Su Chen. However, this behavior was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg, and it couldn't stop Su Chen from moving forward at all. Su Chen crushed all the way forward, and the sounds of explosions continued. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 20 meters away from Li Liang. Why is he so powerful? In front of him, Su Chen was strolling leisurely under the obstruction of thousands of zombies. Li Liang was inexplicably horrified, and his breathing almost stopped. As if he had foreseen the arrival of danger, he hysterically roared, "Stop him! Don't let him get close!" Chapter 558. Several level 6 cultivators standing at the feet of Li Liang looked at each other and rushed towards Su Chen. Level 6 cultivators couldn't cause any harm to Su Chen, and he didn't care at first. However, when the 5-colored thunderbolt shot over, it made his heart palpitate intensely. It seems to be the lightning attribute aura of the 5 thunder fruit. Instead of being surprised, Su Chen was overjoyed. He casually cast a violent thunder technique, which collided with the 5-colored lightning. There was a loud bang. The violent power of thunder and lightning raged, and thousands of zombies were blown to pieces on the spot. However, under the shroud of the gray mist, they quickly resurrected and continued to attack Su Chen. For such ants, Su Chen completely ignored them. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and quickly glanced forward. Finally, he locked his eyes on a man in white. It was this person who released the 5-colored lightning just now. Su Chen suspected that the man in white could be Bai Zhe, and then he had the idea of capturing him. Then he opened the pet breeding space and summoned 3 level 6 spiritual pets. He reached out and pointed at the man in white and ordered, "Catch that guy, I want him alive." The 3 spiritual pets rushed forward fiercely, and no one was their opponent. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the man in white and fought with him. Su Chen turned his eyes to Li Liang and raised his hand to cast a Pegasus meteor punch. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of violent collisions, Li Liang's huge body was suddenly smashed. However, almost in the blink of an eye, his body was recondensed and looked the same as before. He didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. "Ah, Su Chen, I have an immortal body. What can you do to me?" Seeing that Su Chen couldn't hurt him, Li Liang laughed presumptuously. "Immortal body? Do you deserve it?" Su Chen snorted contemptuously. A black saber suddenly appeared in his hand and swept forward. A white torrent wriggled upwards. When it came into contact with Li Liang's body, it rapidly froze him. Then he jumped up. When he was in the air, he cut off Li Liang's head. Do you think you can kill me by cutting off my head? You're too naive. Li Liang's huge head began to condense his body again as it fell down. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of his body had been restored. Su Chen glanced coldly and punched the body that Li Liang had just condensed. Then he released his mental power, bound Li Liang's head, and pulled it closer. Su Chen, I've already told you. I have an immortal body. You can't kill me. Even at this stage, Li Liang was still fearless and unusually arrogant. Hearing this, Su Chen's thoughts slowly turned. In his opinion, Li Liang definitely didn't have an immortal body. He just had an unusually strong recovery ability. And this recovery ability wouldn't be endless. Every time he recovered, it would consume something. When it was exhausted, he could kill Li Liang. However, he didn't know how long this method would take. Su Chen wanted to end the battle quickly. He didn't want to drag it on forever. But how could he kill Li Liang in one blow? Could he break his head? With this thought in mind, Su Chen punched Li Liang's head. Clang! This punch accurately smashed into Li Liang's glabella, but it was as if it had smashed into a steel plate, making the sound of metal clashing. Chapter 559. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Li Liang's face darkened. He tried his best to remain calm as he sneered. I should be able to kill you if I break your head. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Li Liang's other parts were as fragile as paper, but his head was as hard as iron. This was very strange. So what if you found my weakness? Do you think you can break it with your ability? Li Liang admitted openly. His head was indeed his only weakness. As long as he broke his head, he could indeed kill him. However, since he knew this weakness, he had to be prepared. There was once a powerful undead clan member who had modified his head and fused it with a very hard defensive magic treasure. It could be said that the defense of his head had reached an incredible level. Even a level 8 cultivator would not be able to cause any damage to him. Although Su Chen was very strong, he was only level 7. How could he break through his defense? Naive. Su Chen sneered. Then, a long black sword appeared in his hand. It was the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. The Chaos Skysplitter Sword was a space divine artifact. In terms of attack power, it was Su Chen's strongest weapon. What's that? Li Liang felt a dangerous aura. He looked at the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. When he felt the terrifying spatial fluctuations from the Chaos Skysplitter Sword, he was shocked and shouted, You have a space divine artifact. You know a lot. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Very few people knew about space divine artifacts. He had learned about them from Flaming Phoenix. It could be seen that Li Liang must have experienced a lot during this time. He must have many secrets. However, Su Chen did not plan to dig deeper. His main goal was to kill Li Liang. The Chaos Skysplitter Sword slashed through the air. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared above Li Liang's head. It contained terrifying spatial fluctuations. Li Liang was terrified and roared loudly. Su Chen remained unmoved. He controlled the black vortex to rotate downwards, and immediately tore a huge hole in Li Liang's head. Li Liang let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire face distorted. Su Chen turned a blind eye and continued to control the black vortex to wreak havoc above Li Liang's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, Li Liang's huge head disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of its size had disappeared. But at this time, Su Chen suddenly discovered that Li Liang's head was embedded with a fist-sized crystal core, which exuded an extremely rich life aura. Could it be that Li Liang's healing ability is related to this crystal core? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He released his mental power to wrap around the crystal core, and then slowly pulled it out. Su Chen, you dare to take my crystal core. The Demon King will not let you go. Li Liang roared hysterically. Su Chen's move to take away the crystal core terrified him. It seems that my guess is right. Su Chen sneered in his heart. He increased the strength of his mental power and pulled the crystal core out. Su Chen, you will die a horrible death. After losing the crystal core, Li Liang's head quickly collapsed and turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving only an unwilling roar. Chapter 560. With Li Liang's death, the gray fog that shrouded the area dissipated. The zombies seemed to have sensed something and suddenly became restless. Especially the level 6 cultivators, their faces were filled with fear. In order to confirm whether the zombies' resurrection ability had also disappeared, Su Chen raised his hand and cast a fire-type spell. A fireball the size of a wash basin fell into the group of zombies. Like a volcanic eruption, it exploded and killed hundreds of zombies on the spot. After these zombies died, a large number of fragments appeared on their corpses. The fragments meant that the zombies were completely dead and could not be resurrected. Seeing this, Su Chen curled his lips slightly and shouted at the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, destroy all the zombies." The intelligent war chariot activated its killing mode and crazily slaughtered the zombies. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. He was surprised to find that Flaming Phoenix and the man in white had disappeared. Previously, he had let the 3 spiritual pets besiege the man in white. How could he have let him escape? With doubts in his heart, Su Chen hurriedly asked, "Little tyrant, where are Flaming Phoenix and the human?" The heavenly overlord tortoise slapped hundreds of zombies to death and turned to look at Su Chen. "Master, that person used the lightning escape technique and escaped from our hands." The blazing flame phoenix went after him. "Lightning evasion?" Su Chen muttered. He had never heard of lightning evasion before. However, it was very mysterious to be able to escape from 3 spiritual pets. After pondering for a while, Su Chen summoned Steel Willow and ordered, "Little Willow, kill all the zombies and capture the 3 undead clan members. I want them alive." Steel Willow responded and first killed the undead clan members who wanted to escape. Su Chen leaped up and flew into the air. He looked around and quickly found traces of Flaming Phoenix. Then, he activated Rapid Combat Boots and quickly chased after her. The white-clothed man was related to the whereabouts of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree. He definitely would not let him go. As for the 100,000 zombies, although there were a lot of them, there weren't many high-level ones. With the intelligent war chariot, the 2 level 6 spiritual pets, and the diamond willow, whose strength was not inferior to his, joining forces, there would be no problem in killing all of them. Su Chen sped all the way and soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. At this time, the Flaming Phoenix was standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down. Su Chen landed beside Flaming Phoenix and asked, "Where's that guy, Flaming Phoenix?" "Master, he escaped into the miasma." Li Yanfeng immediately replied. "He entered the miasma?" Su Chen frowned slightly, squinting his eyes as he looked down the cliff. Outside the cliff, there was a black fog surging, giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The place that they could see was no more than 50 meters away. "Master, this guy will definitely die if he escapes into the miasma," the Flaming Phoenix reminded. It had been on Wuxia Island for decades, so it had naturally heard of the horror of the miasma. It was rumored that even a saint-level powerhouse would die if they entered. The white-clothed man was only level 6. If he entered rashly, he would definitely die. Su Chen didn't think so. Since the white-clothed man had the lightning escape, he wouldn't seek his own death unless he had no other choice. Then, he remembered that Meng Sheng had also entered the miasma and came out alive. Through these 2 points, Su Chen was almost certain that the white-clothed man must have something to rely on, which was why he dared to enter the miasma. Chapter 561. Little Flame, go back. "I'm going into the miasma," Su Chen whispered. If he wanted to catch the man in white and find the whereabouts of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree, he had to enter the miasma. Although it was a little risky, considering that Meng Sheng and the man in white dared to enter, and he had the ancient god-fiend body, it shouldn't be a big problem. Flaming Phoenix was shocked and hurriedly advised, "Master, please reconsider. It's too dangerous in the miasma." Even a sage-level expert could die in the miasma, which showed how terrifying the miasma was. Su Chen was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared to a sage-level expert. Once he entered the miasma, would he be able to survive? As Su Chen's loyal spiritual pet, Flaming Phoenix naturally didn't want Su Chen to court death. "Don't worry, I'm very confident." Su Chen smiled. With that, he didn't give Flaming Phoenix a chance to speak and flew into the miasma. "Master." Flaming Phoenix stood in place for a while, then finally gritted its teeth and flew toward Songmin City. As soon as Su Chen entered the miasma, there was a buzzing sound around him. Before he could react, he saw a golden light flash in front of him, and then he saw a dense swarm of golden beetles floating in the air. There were thousands of them and they surrounded him. "Insect beasts?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. These golden beetles were each the size of an egg, and there were long and narrow fangs on their mouths that looked very sharp. Judging from their aura, each of them had reached level 3, and they exuded a ferocious aura. With so many level 3 insect beasts gathered together, if an ordinary cultivator encountered them, they would definitely die. But could a sage-level cultivator die? Although there were many insect beasts, they were only level 3. How could they be a match for a sage-level expert? Just as Su Chen was wondering, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the man in white who had escaped into the miasma. There was also a huge golden beetle circling around him. Its aura had reached level 8. "Human, how dare you chase me all the way here? This will be your burial ground." The man in white glanced at Su Chen and let out a cold whistle. "You're Bai Zai, right?" Su Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Even a trash like you dares to enter here, why wouldn't I?" Hearing this, the white-robed man's face suddenly froze, and he said in a low voice, "How do you know my name?" For the sake of avoiding the pursuit of the Southern Region Divine Temple, he'd been concealing his identity since he'd entered prosperous Dawn Island. Later on, he'd joined Li Liang's forces, so logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to know his background. "Tell me the whereabouts of the 5 Thunderfruit Tree, and I can give you a quick death." Su Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and asked sternly. "So you're from the Manyu Divine Temple?" Bai Zai's lips curved into a cold smile. Only a few people from the Manyu Divine Temple knew his identity, so they suspected that Su Chen was from the Manyu Divine Temple. "You want to kill me? Don't even think about it." Bai Zai roared, then turned to the giant golden beetle beside him and said, "My lord, this person wants to kill me. Please help me kill him." A sharp light shot out from the giant golden beetle's eyes, and then it said in human language, "Kill." There was a violent tremor in the void, and the flying golden-shelled insects rushed towards Su Chen in an overwhelming manner. Seeing this, Su Chen was not afraid. Purple light flashed on his feet, and he stomped hard. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the air. Su Chen turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Bai Zai. Chapter 562. To Su Chen, who had the ancient god-fiend body, a level 3 insect was no different from a group of ants. The only thing that could threaten him was the level 8 insect. However, after leaving Wangshu Island, his cultivation level had returned to level 7. Coupled with the use of the Atlas shape-shifting skill, his cultivation level had risen to level 8. A mere level 8 insect beast was no longer a threat to him. What a fast speed! Bai Zai's eyelids twitched, and it could not help but take a few steps back. The level 8 golden-shelled insect sneered. "Even if you're level 8, don't think you can be so arrogant in front of me." As soon as it finished speaking, the black fog around it surged wildly and wrapped around Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly felt an invisible force squeezing over, and the strength was so strong that he actually couldn't breathe. Unable to withstand the pressure, Su Chen's body began to deform. "Ah, kid, I told you to chase me." As if it could foresee Su Chen being crushed into meat paste, Bai Zai laughed wildly. "You want me to die? You don't have the right to do so." With a cold snort, Su Chen suddenly displayed the heavenly hundredfold vigorous technique and pushed his arms outward. Crack, crack, crack. The invisible force that was wrapping around his body seemed to have been broken, and there was a clear cracking sound. However, The black fog around him surged again and shrouded Su Chen again. At the same time, an invisible force continued to press against Su Chen. Something's wrong. Su Chen's face darkened. He knew that the invisible force must have been derived from the black fog around him. It could be said that it was endless and cyclical. With his strength, it was impossible for him to destroy all the black fog. If he did that, he would be under endless pressure from the invisible force. By then, he might not even be able to survive, let alone capture Bai Zai. Su Chen knew that it would be very disadvantageous for him to continue in this stalemate, so he decided to use his trump card. Suddenly, a five-colored stream of light appeared in front of him. Immediately after, there was a loud rumble. A small mountain that was 100 feet in size appeared out of thin air. It seemed to have shattered the surrounding space. The black fog drifting in the surroundings dissipated completely. It was also at this moment that the invisible force around Su Chen dissipated. You actually have a sacred artifact. The level 8 golden-shelled insect opened its mouth slightly, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Chen took the opportunity and stepped into the air. In just a few steps, he appeared in front of the golden-shelled insect. Clang. In the next moment, a pitch-black longsword appeared in the air and slashed down at the level 8 golden-shelled insect. Crack. The void cracked open, and a slowly rotating black vortex surged out from within, heading straight for the level 8 golden-shelled insect. Spatial Saint Artifact. Feeling a terrifying space-tearing force coming at it, the level 8 golden-shelled insect showed a look of fear for the first time. It quickly retreated, trying to get away from the black vortex. However, Su Chen would not give it the chance to do so. His level 9 spiritual power surged forward like a flood, and in the blink of an eye, the level 8 golden-shelled insect was bound. The level 8 golden-shelled insect did not just sit there and wait for its death. After roaring at the sky, a bright golden light suddenly shot out from its body. With just a simple movement, the mental power that was wrapped around his body was shattered. So strong. Su Chen clicked his tongue. He definitely did not expect that his level 9 spiritual power would be so weak. However, although Su Chen was shocked, he did not panic. He held the sword with both hands and slashed from afar. Chapter 563. The black vortex descended rapidly and completely enveloped the level 8 golden-shelled insect. Crack, a bone-chilling shattering sound rang out. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the level 8 golden-shelled insect, and golden liquid flowed out of them. Large pieces of its carapace fell off its body and were crushed into powder in the blink of an eye. It looked extremely miserable. At this moment, the level 8 golden-shelled insect let out a painful cry. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was not happy at all. Instead, he frowned deeply. The level 8 golden-shelled insect was hit by the chaotic sky-sundering sword and was covered in wounds, but its aura did not dissipate. This meant that the level 8 golden-shelled insect was able to withstand the fatal blow of the chaotic sky-sundering sword with just its physical body. The strength of his physical body had simply reached an unimaginable level. Su Chen even felt that its physical body was not much weaker than the diamond willow, which was known as the diamond willow body. Sure enough, when the black vortex dissipated, the level 8 golden-shelled insect was still flying in midair. Human, I have to say that you are very strong. But you shouldn't have angered me. Now, feel my anger. The level 8 golden-shelled insect snorted and bared its teeth. Then, it flapped its wings and rushed towards Su Chen like a golden torrent. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Su Chen stood motionless in the same place. There was even a touch of disdain on his face. With the ancient god-fiend body, he could ignore any attacks of the same level. The level 8 golden-shelled insect's cultivation was the same as his, so it could not cause any harm to him. Boy, you can die now. Seeing that Su Chen did not dodge, Bai Zai was ecstatic and murmured fiercely. The level 8 golden-shelled insect was also a little confused. It did not know why Su Chen was like a wooden stake waiting for it to attack. However, it didn't think too much about it. With an irresistible force, it viciously slammed into Su Chen's body. In the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. The expected scene where Su Chen's bones were broken and he died did not appear. Instead, the level 8 golden-shelled insect was sent flying after suffering a strange rebound force. This, Bai Zai's mouth was wide open and its face was blank. The level 8 golden-shelled insect's attack did not cause any damage to Su Chen. This was too unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. If this scene in front of it was real, did it mean that Su Chen could not be killed? Thinking of this, Bai Zai's heart stopped beating. On the other side, the level 8 golden-shelled insect steadied itself and shook its head. It looked at Su Chen blankly and said in a trembling voice, "Ancient godly demon body? Why do you have the ancient godly demon body?" Su Chen only felt a buzzing sound in his brain and was stunned for a moment. Level 8 golden-shelled insect. How the level 8 golden-shelled insect was. How did you know? Su Chen stared at the level 8 golden-shelled insect. The chaotic sky-splitter sword in his hand made a clanking sound again. This was a matter of great importance. If the level 8 golden-shelled insect did not tell him or held back, he would not hesitate to attack it. Looks like you really do have the ancient god fiend body. The level 8 golden-shelled insect sighed. As soon as it finished speaking, it flew to the ground and knelt in front of Su Chen. It shouted respectfully, "Gold-devouring insect greets master." Master? Su Chen's mouth was slightly open. His thoughts were a little stagnant. Why did the level 8 golden-shelled insect, which was attacking him crazily, suddenly call him master? Chapter 564. Bai Zai was even more dumbfounded. His biggest reliance was the level 8 golden-shelled insect in front of him. If the golden-shelled insect thought that Su Chen was not its master, then wouldn't he be doomed? Lord, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that human. Bai Zai was burning with anxiety and loudly reminded the level 8 golden-shelled insect. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his head was pierced by one of the golden-shelled insect's forelimbs, and he died on the spot. How dare you be disrespectful to my master? You deserve to die. The level 8 golden-shelled insect spat at Bai Zai's body and continued to kneel on the ground. It seemed to be extremely respectful to Su Chen. Fuck! Su Chen cursed in his heart. Although killing Bai Zai would help him vent his anger, it would also cut off the clues of finding the 5 thunder fruit tree, which made him very angry. Su Chen suppressed his anger and glanced at Bai Zai's body. Suddenly he found a colorful demon core in Bai Zai's broken head. The demon core of the 5 thunder fruit tree? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he released his spiritual power to keep the demon core in his hand. After sizing it up for a moment, he calmly put it away into his storage pouch. From the aura emitted by the demon core, Su Chen judged that it should be the demon core of the 5 thunder fruit tree. Because there was still a level 8 golden-shelled insect to deal with, he did not communicate with the life fruit tree for the time being. Big insect, let me ask you again, how do you know about the ancient god fiend body? Su Chen's gaze fell on the level 8 golden-shelled insect and asked in a deep voice. Ever since I gained sentience, I have been following my previous master, so of course I know everything, the level 8 golden-shelled insect replied truthfully. Hearing this, Su Chen's mind slowly began to work. The level 8 golden-shelled insect's master must have practiced the ancient god fiend body, otherwise, the golden-shelled insect would not have mistaken him for someone else. You may have misunderstood, I am not your master, I just practiced the ancient god fiend body, Su Chen said lightly. Originally, he thought that if he told the truth, the level 8 golden-shelled insect would be enraged. However, the golden-shelled insect was still kneeling on the ground respectfully. It even started to explain to Su Chen, the previous owner has already passed away. I have known this for a long time. However, since you have the primordial god fiend body, you must be the successor of my previous master, who is also my current master. There was such a saying? Su Chen was a little confused. His ancient god demon body was obtained from the fragment, so it definitely had nothing to do with the previous owner of the golden-shelled insect. But when he thought about it, the strength of this level 8 golden-shelled insect was very strong. It was even stronger than the King Kong willow. If he could take it as his spirit pet, its strength would definitely increase by another level. Because of this, Su Chen tacitly acknowledged his identity. Then, he pretended to be deep in thought and said, I obtained the primordial god-fiend body by chance, so I don't know anything about your previous owner. Give me a detailed introduction. The golden-shelled insect nodded and began to say, the previous owner's name was Li Chuhai. He was a stage 7 sage of the human race, but he passed away in the last ancient war. Stage 7 sage? There are stages above the sage stage? Su Chen's eyelids twitched violently, and he exclaimed anxiously. All along, he had thought that after surpassing level 10, he would reach the sage stage, which was the highest level of cultivation. He did not expect that there were also stages in the sage stage, which was completely beyond his imagination. Master, the sage stage is indeed divided into 10 stages. The weakest is stage 1, and the strongest is stage 10, the golden-shelled insect replied affirmatively. Chapter 565. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Chen's mind, and he asked tentatively, is there a realm above the saint level? Yes, the realm above the saint level is called the god level, but there are very few god level elites. Almost all of them died in the last ancient war. The golden-shelled insect explained. This? Su Chen gasped. The fact that there was a godly state expert above the saint stage shocked him quite a bit. What is the ancient war? Su Chen calmed himself down and continued to ask. The ancient war involved the saint level and god level elites, and it piqued his interest. The ancient war is actually a battle between the 3 major forces, and it happens every 10,000 years. The golden-shelled insect said. 3 major forces? Su Chen pondered. Since the 3 major forces all had saint-level and god-level elites, their strength must have reached an unimaginable level. Thinking of what the Flaming Phoenix said before, in the Void battlefield, the 10,000 races formed a united front to fight against the Void beasts. Did it mean that the 10,000 races and the Void beasts were one of the 3 major forces? Then what was the last force? What are the 3 major forces? Su Chen asked. The alliance of 10,000 races, the Void Beast tribe, and the Machine Empire. The golden-shelled insect quickly replied. Su Chen nodded slightly and asked, tell me more about the Machine Empire. The alliance of 10,000 races and the Void Beast tribe were the same as he guessed, but this was the first time he heard about the Machine Empire. The Machine Empire is similar to a kingdom of puppets, but different from ordinary puppets. They are all intelligent and abnormally powerful. There are armored puppets that are hundreds of feet tall, and there are also minibuses that can launch some special attacks. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The golden-shelled insect's explanation was somewhat similar to the mechanical soldiers and intelligent chariots. Could it be that the mechanical soldiers and intelligent chariots were products of the Machine Empire? Su Chen had some doubts, but he was not very sure. He took a deep breath and continued to ask, why do the 3 major forces fight each other? Rumor has it that there is a supreme artifact in the universe that appears once every 10,000 years. No matter who it is, as long as they can obtain this artifact, they will have the ability to rule the entire universe. The reason why the 3 forces are fighting each other is because of this divine artifact, explained the golden-shelled insect. Su Chen rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. If there really was a supreme artifact in this world, it could indeed cause many forces to fight for it. But after all, rumors were just transmissions. Whether it was true or not, he still needed to find out in the future. Have you seen the sword in my hand before? After pondering for a while, Su Chen asked. Now, he was a little suspicious. Did the items dropped by the fragment come from the battlefield of the ancient war? The golden-shelled insect shook its head. Su Chen didn't linger on this matter and changed the topic. You said you were a metal-devouring bug. Are you an insectoid? Yes, master. The metal-devouring beetle replied. What are your characteristics? Su Chen continued to ask. The metal-devouring beetle's defense alone was enough to make him a little wary, so he wanted to know more about it. My biggest characteristic is that my body is abnormally tough. Other than that, I also have the ability to devour everything. Of course, the prerequisite is that the opponent's cultivation cannot be too much higher than mine. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If the metal-devouring beetle could devour everything, wouldn't that mean it was almost invincible in the same realm? Chapter 566. At this moment, Su Chen had made up his mind to keep this gold-devouring beetle for his own use. Although the gold-devouring beetle already regarded him as its master and seemed to be very respectful towards him, Su Chen was still worried. Just in case, he took out 3 bottles of pet potion and let the gold-devouring beetle consume them. After drinking the pet potion, the gold-devouring beetle became even more respectful, and its eyes were filled with docility. Su Chen nodded slightly and asked, "Do you know the origin of the miasma?" After learning about the gold-devouring beetle's origin and some ancient secrets, he began to suspect that the miasma outside the mysterious heavenly mainland was set up by someone. This layer of miasma was set up by my previous master and a few saint-level powerhouses together. It was to prevent the invasion of the foreign tribes and protect the human race on the mysterious heavenly mainland, the gold-devouring beetle explained. I see. Su Chen thought to himself and continued to ask, Senior Li Qiuhai died in the ancient war. As his spirit pet, how are you still alive? Li Qiuhai was a level 7 saint-level powerhouse while the gold-devouring beetle was only at level 8. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Logically speaking, it was even more impossible for a spirit pet to survive when its master was dead. My previous master did not bring me along when he went to the last ancient war. He left me here, the gold-devouring beetle replied honestly. So you've lived for 10,000 years? Su Chen clicked his tongue. It was not that there were no races that could live for 10,000 years, but they were very rare. This showed that the gold-devouring beetle was not only strong individually, but also had a much longer lifespan than other races. Our lifespan is unlimited. As long as we're not killed, we can live forever. So I've really lived for more than 10,000 years, the gold-devouring beetle explained. The gold-devouring beetle had an unlimited lifespan, which was similar to the zombies. However, the gold-devouring beetle's advancement speed was too slow. It took 10,000 years for it to reach level 8. Su Chen could even imagine that if the gold-devouring beetle did not have an unlimited lifespan, it would be difficult for it to reach a high level. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to ask, rumor has it that even saint-level powerhouses will lose their lives if they enter this place. Is this true? The gold-devouring beetle replied with a smile. That's just a rumor that the previous master deliberately spread in order to intimidate the younger generation. However, it's true that anyone below the saint stage can be killed here. Su Chen pondered for a moment, not realizing that the gold-devouring beetles were boasting shamelessly. With the strange ability of the black fog and the large number of gold-devouring beetles, even if they couldn't immediately kill a high-grade cultivator, they could slowly exhaust them to death. But why were Meng Sheng and Bai Zhe able to enter and exit this miasma safely? And from the looks of it, his relationship with the gold-devouring beetles wasn't ordinary. With doubts in his heart, Su Chen asked, there was a man named Meng Sheng who came here before. I heard that you gave him a lot of fruits? And what's your relationship with Bai Zhe? The armor Meng Sheng was wearing belonged to one of my previous master's subordinates. I thought he was a descendant of that subordinate, so I gave him an opportunity. As for Bai Zhe, he had the aura of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree. The 5 Thunder Fruit Tree belonged to an old friend of my previous master, so I didn't kill him. The gold-devouring beetle explained in detail. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Lu Qiuhai's old friend should be a saint-level powerhouse of the Monster Plant clan, and the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree and other Monster Plant holy artifacts were very likely to belong to this powerhouse. Following the fall of this powerhouse in the ancient war, those Monster Plant holy artifacts were brought out by Diamond Willow. Chapter 567. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened the planting space and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Xiao Shou, was your previous master a saint-level monster plant? The longevity fruit tree thought hard for a while and said blankly, Master, I can't remember a lot of things. Hearing this, Su Chen didn't ask any more questions. After closing the plant dimension, he said to the gold-devouring bug, "Where did you get those spirit fruits? Do you have any more?" "They were all left by my previous master, but he gave them all to Meng Sheng. I don't have any left now," the gold-devouring bug replied with a trembling voice. Su Chen frowned slightly and sighed softly. Without finding the spirit fruits, he couldn't increase his strength. This made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the monster cores of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree and the Strength Fruit Tree were in his hands. When he found the Tree of Life in the future, he would have a chance to revive them. Thinking of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree and the Strength Fruit Tree, Su Chen's expression changed. He asked anxiously, "Little bug, do you know where the Sturdy Fruit Tree is?" When he killed Meng Sheng, the Longevity Fruit Tree sensed the aura of 3 monster plant holy items, including the Sturdy Fruit Tree. Now that he had the monster cores of the 5 Thunder Fruit Tree and the Strength Fruit Tree, he wouldn't let go of the Sturdy Fruit Tree. "I'm not sure." The gold-devouring bug shook its head. "Looks like the time hasn't come yet." Su Chen sighed, feeling a little down. However, he quickly recovered. After all, he had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he learn about the ancient war, but he also got a level 8 bug. This was enough to make him satisfied. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen said, "You should be fine leaving the miasma with me, right?" There were 100,000 zombies in Songming City. Even with the Steel Willow and the Flaming Phoenix, he was still a little worried, so he wanted to go back as soon as possible. "I have no problem leaving the miasma. Wherever Master goes in the future, I will follow," the gold-devouring bug promised. "After you leave, will the miasma still be effective?" Su Chen muttered. The main attack of the miasma, other than the black fog, was the gold-devouring bug. The level 8 gold-devouring bug was the highest level here. Once he left, his deterrence would be greatly reduced. After all, they were all humans. He did not want the mysterious heavenly continent to lose the protection of the miasma. The gold-devouring beetles thought for a moment before replying, "In recent years, almost no outsiders have dared to enter the miasma. Furthermore, with the black mist and the other gold-devouring beetles, it shouldn't be a problem." "All right, let's leave now." Su Chen nodded. With that, he flew out of the miasma with the gold-devouring beetles. After leaving the miasma, the man and the beast flew straight towards Songmin City at lightning speed. The current Azure Sea City was like a purgatory. Tens of thousands of zombies were killed on the spot. The ground was dyed red, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. As the high-level zombies were almost completely slaughtered, Wu Yang and the others had already walked out of the intelligent war chariot and joined the hunt. When Su Chen and the gold-devouring beetles flew over, the flaming phoenix was the first to notice them. It shouted excitedly, "Master, you're back!" However, when it sensed the powerful aura of the gold-devouring beetles, its body trembled. The steel willow next to it sensed something and turned its head. When it saw the gold-devouring beetles, its expression changed slightly. It was obvious that the arrival of the gold-devouring beetles gave them a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 568. Little Worm, Go and Kill the Zombies. Su Chen instructed and turned to King Kong Lu's side, asking, "Little King Kong Lu, where are the 3 undead clan members?" Li Liang had suddenly become so powerful. There must be many secrets behind it. Among the people present, perhaps only the 3 undying clan members knew the secret. "Master, they are all over there." King Kong Lu pointed at a certain spot and replied. Su Chen looked in the direction that King Kong Lu was pointing at and saw 3 undying clan members lying on the ground nearby. Their limbs were all broken, and they looked like they were seriously injured. Su nodded and arranged for King Kong Lu to kill the zombies. He then walked straight to the 3 undying clan members. He walked to the 3 undying clan members and asked coldly, "Which one of you knows Li Liang's background?" The 3 undying clan members looked at each other. One of them laughed wantonly and said, "Human, you want to know Master Li's background? Stop dreaming." Su Chen pursed his lips and released his mental strength to crush the undying clan member's head. "Human, The Undying clan won't let you go. Seeing that his companion was killed on the spot, the Undying clan member on the left roared furiously. Su snorted and shot out a wind blade. He controlled his strength and chopped off the Undying clan member's limbs. Ah! The Undying clan member who was turned into a human stick let out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Chen was unmoved. He controlled his mental strength and slowly squeezed the Undying clan member until he was crushed into a pile of meat paste. The last Undying clan member witnessed this scene and his face turned green with fear. Initially, he was prepared to be killed. However, after witnessing Su Chen's torture methods, he knew that he had to be careful. He clearly realized that if he fell into Su Chen's hands, it would not be easy for him to die a quick death. You're the only one left. Are you going to tell me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the last Undying clan member. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I won't be able to escape death even if I tell you. Just kill me. The corners of the undead race member's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. Your courage is commendable. Su Chen pursed his lips, took out a bottle of healing potion, and forced the undead clan member to drink it. Feeling that his injuries were recovering quickly, the undead tribesmen were a little confused. They did not know what Su Chen was up to. But at this moment, Su Chen called Chao Ran over and ordered, Chao Ran, cut this guy into pieces. Got it, Chengge. Chao Ran immediately became excited. He took out his dagger and started cutting the undead race's body. Because their bodies were restrained by Su Chen's mental power, the undead clan members had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could only watch as their flesh was cut off piece by piece. Instantly, screams came out of the Undying clan member's mouth. Chao Ran turned a deaf ear to the screams and cut the flesh very seriously. Although it was his first time using this kind of torture, his movements were very skillful. The size of the flesh that was cut off was basically the same, and the speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small pile of bloody flesh had been cut off. There were roughly more than 100 pieces. Senior, I'll tell you everything. Let me go. Finally, the undead clan member's mental defense collapsed. He loudly begged Su Chen for mercy. I thought your mouth was very useful. Su Chen smiled contemptuously and gave Chao Ran a look. Chao Ran stopped and threatened with a gloomy face. Tell me honestly, or I'll cut you into a skeleton. The undead clan member was so frightened that he trembled and nodded furiously. Chapter 569. Tell me. Don't hide anything from me or you'll regret it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the undead tribesman. His voice was cold. Senior, Li Liang was found by our tribesmen on Jianghu Island. The undead tribesman quickly replied. Go on. Su Chen snorted. The undead tribesman did not lie about Li Liang being turned into a zombie on Jianghu Island. However, that was not what he was concerned about. He wanted to know why Li Liang had such a terrifying recovery and resurrection ability. Li Liang has a healing physique and it's especially powerful. He can even regrow severed limbs. This attracted the attention of our tribesmen. Later on, there was a rumor that a level 10 existence in our tribe brought him into the void battlefield and helped him awaken his resurrection ability. With such a heaven-defying ability, Li Liang's status skyrocketed, the undead tribesman explained. So, he's entered the void battlefield before. Su Chen was enlightened. There was a certain probability of awakening a special ability after entering the void battlefield. The Flaming Phoenix's law of fire and Pei Hai's spiritual energy sword condensation technique were the same. Why did Li Liang come to Wuxia Island? Su Chen continued to ask. Logically speaking, Li Liang's large-scale resurrection ability would definitely be regarded as a treasure by the undead tribesmen. They would never let him go out and take risks easily. There are two reasons. The undead tribesmen sighed and said, our tribe wants to control Wuxia Island, so we need a powerhouse to oversee it. On the other hand, we found your tracks and predicted that you'd go to the mysterious heavenly mainland. Therefore, we wanted to kill you on Wuxia Island. After Li Liang received the news, he took the initiative to volunteer. He even pledged that he would definitely be able to kill Senior here. Upon hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. It was an indisputable fact that Li Liang hated him to the core. It was reasonable for him to come to Wangshu Island to kill him. However, Li Liang was obviously a little arrogant and underestimated his strength. In the end, he was still killed by him. After figuring out what had happened, Su Chen killed the undead tribesman with one punch. Then, he narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. At this moment, the number of zombies that were still alive was less than a quarter of the previous number, and the ground was covered with thousands of shards. Seeing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth could not help but curl up. He then activated the automatic pickup function and began to collect the fragments. After collecting half of them, the flaming phoenix came to Su Chen's side and asked in a low voice, "Master, is that gold-devouring bug your new pet?" Su Chen nodded slightly. "You know the gold-devouring beetles?" On the way back, he had communicated with the gold-devouring beetles and learned that they were very rare in the world. Apart from those in the miasma, they were very rare in other places. Su Chen was surprised that the flaming phoenix knew about the gold-devouring beetles. "Yes, I do. Our holy demon tribe has a saint-level gold-devouring beetle," the flaming phoenix explained. "What level of saint level is it?" Su Chen's eyelids twitched as he asked anxiously. The gold-devouring beetle's individual combat strength was very strong. It could be seen that it could take a hit from the primal chaos skysplitter sword with its body. It could be said that it was almost invincible in the same level. The saint-level gold-devouring beetle's strength was many times stronger, which was enough to attract his attention. "Are there levels in the saint level?" The flaming phoenix was a little confused. It had only heard of the saint level, but it did not know that there were levels in the saint level. The saint level is also divided into 10 levels. Su Chen explained and then asked, "Why did you suddenly mention the gold-devouring beetle?" Chapter 570. Flaming Phoenix's face darkened as she whispered, "Master, you mustn't reveal the gold-devouring bug outside, especially when you encounter our sacred demon tribe." Su Chen froze for a moment, quietly waiting for Lai Ran Phoenix to continue. The Flame Phoenix explained, "It is very difficult for the metal-devouring beetles to evolve, especially at a high level. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, there is a shortcut, and that is to devour each other. Our sacred demon tribe's gold-devouring bug relied on devouring its own kind to reach this level. According to rumors, it has devoured tens of thousands of other gold-devouring bugs." Hearing this, Su Chen's face changed slightly. He could foresee that once the sacred demon tribe's gold-devouring bug knew that he had a level 8 gold-devouring bug, it would definitely try to capture it. With his current strength, he was definitely not a match for the sacred demon tribe's gold-devouring bug. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect the level 8 gold-devouring bug, he might even lose his life. "It seems that before I reach the sacred demon tribe, I can't reveal the gold-devouring bug," Su Chen muttered to himself. As a precaution, he stored the gold-devouring bug in the pet breeding space. After that, he joined the ranks of the zombies. After nearly an hour, all the zombies were slaughtered. Su Chen collected the fragments and returned to the intelligent chariot alone. Wu Yang and the others began to dig for energy stones. As soon as he got on the chariot, Su Chen opened the plant breeding space and took out the crystal core from Li Liang's head to communicate with the longevity fruit tree. "Xiao Shou, do you recognize this crystal core?" The longevity fruit tree looked at it carefully and replied in surprise, "Master, this seems to be a zombie's energy stone formed after it mutated. However, isn't the life force contained in it too dense? It's almost the same as the fruit of life. What can this crystal core be used for?" Su Chen asked. No matter how good an item was, if it was kept in one's hands, it was equivalent to trash. Only when it was used to its full potential could it be considered a good item. This kind of crystal core, which contains vitality, has a wide range of uses. If it is used on a MCV, a puppet, or a zombie, they will have the ability to recover quickly. If they are not killed by a single blow, they are almost immortal, the life fruit tree explained. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved. According to the longevity fruit tree, the gold-devouring willow and mechanical soldiers could all be used. The devouring soldier's ability, the devouring willow's choose, and soldiers to devouring willow could be used to make a choice. If it had devouring, its S's devouring willow eat. And once the diamond willow had the ability to recover, it would be even more incredible. Devouring die. S devouring its devouring beast. S's, S devouring willow devouring to use devouring beast to use, S master, S. Why? Su Chen was a little puzzled. The longevity fruit tree explained, Master, aren't you looking for the tree of life? If the tree of life dies, you can use this crystal core to resurrect it. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He was determined to get the tree of life because it could save the strength fruit tree and the 5 thunder fruit tree. However, as the longevity fruit tree said, once the tree of life died, the strength fruit tree and the 5 thunder fruit tree could not be saved. In the case of not being sure whether the tree of life was dead or alive, it was indeed necessary to keep the crystal core. Chapter 571. I'll listen to you. I'll leave this crystal core and this demonic core to you for safekeeping. As Su Chen spoke, he took out the demonic core of the 5 thunder fruit tree and sent it to the longevity fruit tree along with the crystal core. This is the crystal core of the 5 thunder fruit tree. The longevity fruit tree was shocked. Su Chen had just gotten the demonic core of the fruit of strength. He did not expect to get the demonic core of the 5 thunder fruit tree in such a short time. The longevity fruit tree could not help but sigh at Su Chen's luck and means. Take good care of them for me. Su Chen reminded it and closed the planting space. Then, he returned to the driver's seat and began to check the fragments that he had collected. This time, there were more than 9,000 fragments. If all of them were exchanged for energy points, together with the energy points that he had previously accumulated, the total amount of energy points would exceed the 10,000 mark. In this way, he could exchange for another item that was worth 10,000 energy points. As there were too many fragments, Su Chen spent nearly 3 hours sorting them out. Other than a few bottles of Constitution Potion and dozens of upgrade gems, the rest of the fragments were all exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points was 11,866. Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall and checked the exchange points for the level 8 All Attributes fragment. When he saw that it required 5,000 energy points, he decided not to exchange for anything for the time being and kept the 10,000 energy points for backup. As he was about to enter the mysterious heavenly continent, there were many powerhouses above level 9 and even the existence of the sacred stage. If he had a conflict with these powerhouses and could not fight them, he could increase his strength by leveling up. Anyway, leveling up could be done anytime and anywhere with just a thought. There was no hurry. Later, Su Chen closed the Doomsday Mall and got out of the car to dig for energy stones with Wu Yang and the others. As there were too many zombies killed, they dug until noon the next day before they could dig out all the energy stones. Su Chen asked everyone to get in the car and soon left Tsangming City. Master, where are we going? Su Chen only told them to leave this place and did not tell them where to go. The intelligent war vehicle was a little confused. Let's find a quiet place to rest first. Su Chen replied and then opened the pet feeding space to communicate with the gold-devouring beetles. Little worm, can the intelligent war chariot enter the mysterious heavenly continent through the miasma? There was still some time before Tianwang City's teleportation array would be activated. Su Chen did not want to wait blindly. If they could enter the mysterious heavenly mainland through the miasma, they would not have to waste time waiting. Master, the black fog in the miasma is not under my control. If the MCV enters it, it will easily be damaged, the gold-devouring beetle replied truthfully. Su Chen would not take the risk even if there was a trace of danger. He gave up on the idea and turned to look at the central control screen. Since he had to wait, he couldn't afford to be idle during this period. There were still many foreign races on Wangshu Island, and they could take advantage of this period of time to eradicate them one by one. After a while, he called Qin Mingfei to his side and asked her about the location of the other forces. The zombies and the Chimera tribe had been destroyed. The only ones left were the Rock tribe, the Green Glow tribe, and the Protoss tribe. As for the mutated beasts in the Jade Forest Mountain, Su Chen did not want to hunt them down because their levels were too low and they had escaped into the forest. An hour later, the intelligent war chariot entered a quiet little forest. After killing 100,000 zombies and digging for energy stones, everyone was unusually tired. Su Chen decided to rest for a day. Chapter 572. For the rest of the time, Yang Hao and the others began to prepare the meal. Su Chen opened his storage bag and checked the number of physique potions and upgrade gems. Wu Yang and the others had been promoted for quite some time. Su Chen planned to upgrade all of them before entering the mysterious heavenly continent. As for their weapons, they were obviously not enough, so they might as well upgrade their quality at once. After the meal, Su Chen distributed the physique potions and upgrade gems. Wu Yang and the others successfully promoted, and their weapons were also upgraded. Qin Mingfei looked at them eagerly. She was extremely shocked and envious. As Qin Mingfei was not one of them, Su Chen did not distribute them to her. However, if they could successfully find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree, Su Chen might consider giving her a bottle since Qin Mingfei had put in a lot of effort along the way. After resting for a day, the next morning, the intelligent war chariot set off on its journey to hunt foreign tribesmen. After spending nearly 10 days, all the foreign tribesmen on Wuxia Island were slaughtered. Su Chen also took the opportunity to harvest a wave of fragments. Other than keeping a few useful things, he exchanged the rest for energy points. The total number of energy points suddenly broke through the 15,000 mark. Seeing this number, Su Chen was a little itchy. Previously, he did not choose to exchange for anything because he wanted to keep it as a backup. If he did not encounter any danger, he could exchange for something that cost 10,000 energy points. However, now that his energy points had broken through the 15,000 mark, he could immediately exchange for something that cost 10,000 energy points. Because the remaining 5,000 energy points were enough for him to advance. Su Chen did not hesitate and began to think about which item to exchange for. At present, there were 4 items that required 10,000 energy points to exchange for. They were the Myriad Light's 10 Shadows Killing Technique, the Disillusionment Blazing Feather Divine Dragon, the 5 Thunder Purgatory Formation, and the Drunken Life. Among them, the Myriad Light's 10 Shadows Killing Technique had appeared a long time ago, and Su Chen had long coveted it. He should have exchanged for it long ago, but the Time Accelerator and the Skylifting Wood Transformation Technique had snatched the slots. This time, it was the 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows Fighting Technique's turn. Without hesitation, Su Chen spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for the 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows Fighting Technique. The moment the exchange was successful, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. The 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows Fighting Technique was a kind of close combat secret skill. After it was used, it would create 10 shadows that were exactly the same as the real body. Furthermore, each shadow possessed 100% of the original strength. The only drawback was that the duration was too short, only 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the illusory figure would automatically disappear. After reading the feedback, Su Chen was ecstatic. With his current strength, once he created 10 phantoms, he could basically kill his opponent in an instant. It would take him less than 3 breaths. If it was used together with Atlas's shape-shifting technique, its lethality would increase exponentially. Imagine that after the transformation, one of them would hold the Primal Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword, the other would hold the Primordial 5 Poles Mountain, and the other would release their spiritual force and various magic arts. In the face of such dense and terrifying attacks, how many people could resist? Su Chen even thought that even a leveled 10 cultivator would not have an easy time facing such an attack. Moreover, he still had 5,000 energy points and could level up at any time. In this way, almost no one below the sage level would be his match. Without a doubt, after exchanging for the Myriad Light's 10 Shadows Fighting Technique, Su Chen's strength had increased by a large margin, and he had taken another solid step on the path of invincibility. Chapter 573. Considering that there were only a few days left before the teleportation formation would be activated, Su Chen brought everyone into Tianwang City in advance to avoid any trouble. Once they entered the city, Su Chen contacted Han Sanqian and confirmed that the teleportation formation would be activated in 3 days. Then, they began to tour Tianwang City. They tasted the local delicacies and bought some strange things. In short, they could do whatever they wanted with energy stones. They could eat whatever they liked and buy whatever they liked. Yang Hao and the other two were having a lot of fun. Tan Lin and the rest also showed off the powerful purchasing power of women. In just 3 days, the room opened by the intelligent war chariot was filled to the brim. Su Chen did not mind. After all, he had plenty of energy stones. No matter how much Tan Lin and the rest could spend, it was nothing to him. On the 4th day, Su Chen brought everyone to the place where the transmission array was located. As it was his first time being teleported, Su Chen was still a little worried. He asked Shen Mengfei, "Will there be any danger during the teleportation?" "Senior, don't worry. The teleportation formation here has existed for hundreds and thousands of years. There has never been any problems. It's absolutely safe," Shen Mengfei promised. Su Chen nodded slightly and felt a little relieved. "Senior, the teleportation formation is ready. We can start the teleportation." Han Sanqian accompanied Su Chen throughout the journey. He stood beside him respectfully. "Let's go." Su Chen led everyone into a circular light formation and indicated that Han Sanqian could activate it. Han Sanqian did not say anything and pressed the teleportation button. A white beam of light shone down from the circular light formation and enveloped Su Chen and the rest. Su Chen only felt his vision blur and his body quickly turned illusory. Just as he was about to disappear, Han Sanqian's lips curled into a strange smile that was hard to detect. He flicked his finger and a red ball shot out from his finger. It shot to the edge of the light formation and exploded violently. The entire circular light formation shook violently and was about to collapse. Su Chen sensed that something was wrong. When he tried to stop it, it was already too late. The next moment he found himself in a pitch-black space. The surroundings were silent and unusually eerie. "Are you all okay?" Su Chen condensed a fireball, illuminating the surroundings as he called out softly. Su Chen were fine. Tan Lin and the other women gathered around Su Chen. "Chenggu, where are we?" Yang Hao seemed a little flustered. Wu Yang glanced around and his face turned ashen. Su Chen was also at a loss. He only knew that this was definitely not the mysterious heavenly mainland, but he had no idea where he had been sent to. "Shen Mengfei, do you know what's going on?" After all, Shen Mengfei had experienced the teleportation, so Su Chen placed his hopes on her. "Senior, I'm not sure either." Chen Mengfei had a bitter expression on her face. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. After pondering for a while, he quickly opened the pet breeding space and contacted the spiritual pets inside. "Little Flame, do any of you know where this is?" The pet breeding space was silent for a while. Suddenly, the flaming phoenix said in a trembling voice, "Master, I think we've entered a space node." "What's a space node?" Su Chen asked anxiously. The flaming phoenix explained, "A space node is an independent space in the void. It's very safe here, but it can't contact the outside world." Chapter 574. Master, did something happen during the teleportation? The flaming phoenix asked after explaining. Su Chen didn't hide anything and told them about how Han Sanqian had interfered during the teleportation. The flaming phoenix said with lingering fear, "Luckily, we were lucky enough to be teleported into a spatial node. If we had been teleported into spatial turbulence, we would have been in danger." "Flaming, what spatial turbulence?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked. He had never heard of spatial turbulence before, but it sounded quite powerful. Spatial turbulence is a special kind of air current produced by spatial cracks. It has the power to tear apart space. Once you fall into it, even a saint-level powerhouse has the possibility of dying. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly felt lucky. Su Chen's face turned completely cold. He could imagine that if they had been teleported into spatial turbulence, other than him, Wu Yang and the others wouldn't have been able to survive. And the main culprit was Han Sanqian. However, Su Chen also knew that if it was just Han Sanqian alone, he wouldn't have dared to do anything to the teleportation formation even if he had 10 times the courage. There was definitely someone behind him who was instructing him. The outsiders, the Wenxi dynasty, and the barbarian temple were all suspicious. It wasn't impossible that the three of them had joined forces. Through this incident, Su Chen saw how sinister people could be. At the same time, it was a wake-up call for him. He had to be more careful in the future. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen continued to ask, "Flaming, other than spatial turbulence, what else is there outside the spatial node?" Considering that they couldn't stay here forever, and that they would have to face the world outside the spatial node sooner or later, he wanted to understand it as soon as possible. Outside the spatial node is a vast expanse of space, and within the expanse of space is mostly spatial turbulence. There are very few places to rest, the Flaming Phoenix said. The void battleground isn't in the expanse of space? Su Chen was puzzled. The void battleground was the place where the three forces fought, so it should be built in the void. However, if there were spatial turbulence everywhere, how could the void battleground exist? The void battleground is actually located on a piece of land in the void. There is no spatial turbulence around that piece of land, and there are no spatial nodes, Flaming Phoenix explained. In other words, once we leave the space node, we will have to face endless space turbulence. Won't that be the end of us? Su Chen frowned and whispered, "I won't." Flaming Phoenix said with certainty, "The spatial node is a stagnant point in the teleportation process. Once the spatial node is destroyed, the teleportation will continue, but the destination will be random." You mean to say that if I break the space node, I won't be able to go to the Xian continent? Instead, I might enter the territories of other races? Su Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly. Flaming Phoenix nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. If he continued to stay here, he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. This was something he definitely didn't want to do. Breaking the spatial node to teleport was also a huge risk. Because it was a random teleportation, there was a certain probability that he would be teleported to some powerful races. These powerful races all had saint-level existences. Unfortunately, he had offended almost all of these powerful races. This was especially true for the 5 super races, who were all irreconcilable enemies. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen finally decided to leave this place. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter any saint-level existences, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Furthermore, saint-level existences weren't cabbages. There wouldn't be many of them. Furthermore, existences like them would be busy with cultivation and wouldn't easily get involved in worldly affairs. In this way, even if he was teleported to a powerful race, he would have a high chance of escaping. Chapter 575. How do I break the spatial node? Su Chen asked. There seemed to be no end to the space here, and he really did not know how to do it. Master, if you use your spatial sacred weapon to slash it with all your strength, there is a high chance that you will break the spatial barrier. When the barrier is broken, we will be teleported away, the Flaming Phoenix replied. Su nodded slightly, then gathered everyone and said, "Everyone, gather together. When the spatial barrier is broken, we will be teleported to a random place. When the time comes, don't panic, and you must stay close to me." Got it, Jianghu? Yang Hao and the others nodded. In order to prevent strong enemies from appearing at the teleportation place, Su Chen summoned the Vajra Willow to protect everyone's safety. Then, he held the primal chaos skysplitter sword tightly with both hands and slashed with all his strength. There was a crisp cracking sound, and a white light suddenly flashed in the dim space, enveloping everyone. Then, everyone felt their vision blur, and the world around them spun. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a few breaths of time before it disappeared. When the scene in front of them gradually became clear, Su Chen suddenly realized that he was in a huge stone hall. Around the stone hall, there were pairs of unfriendly eyes staring at them. At the same time, they heard shouting and cursing. They are all humans. Why would humans appear in a teleportation formation? Why do you care so much? Take them down and ask them. Su Chen blinked, and soon, turtle-like faces appeared in his vision. Green Turtle Tribe? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He could clearly see that the people gathered around him were all members of the Green Turtle Tribe. When he was at Thousand Feather Island, he had killed many members of the Green Turtle Tribe, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. The Green Turtle Tribe was a trashy tribe among the tens of thousands of tribes. The strongest person was only at level 4, and he had already killed him. Therefore, teleporting to the Green Turtle Tribe's mainland was not only not dangerous, but it was also an existence that he could do whatever he wanted. It was even possible that he could wipe out the entire tribe. Wu Yang and the others relaxed when they recognized that it was the Green Turtle Tribe. Other than Xin Mengfei, all of them were evolvers above level 4. Their levels were higher than the Green Tortoise Tribe, so killing them would be a piece of cake. Chen Guo, what should we do? Yang Hao walked to Su Chen's side and asked. However, at this moment, the Green Tortoise race had already launched an attack. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "The other party has already made a move. We don't need to be polite." As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Shi Danyu and Chao Ran took the lead and charged forward. At this moment, the others also made their moves. For a moment, the entire hall was drowned out by the sounds of fighting and screams. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned the area. Then, he released his mind power and controlled the 3 Green Tortoise tribesmen, pulling them to his side. The 3 Green Turtle tribesmen were terrified. They struggled with all their might, but under Su Chen's mental restraint, all their struggles were futile. "Who can tell me where this place is?" Su Chen asked faintly. This was undoubtedly the territory of the Green Turtle Tribe, but he still wanted to know where exactly it was. "Human, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." One of the Green Tortoise tribesmen ignored Su Chen's words and roared loudly. Unexpectedly, just as he roared, his entire head exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. After killing this Green Tortoise tribesman, Su Chen's gaze fell on another Green Tortoise. He whispered, "You tell me." Chapter 576. Under Su Chen's gaze, the Green Turtle tribesman's face turned pale with fright. He hesitated for a moment. Su Chen snorted and killed the Green Turtle tribesman without giving him a chance to speak. Then, he turned his attention to the 3rd Green Turtle tribesman. "Senior, this is the East Royal City. Please don't kill me." The 3rd Green Turtle tribesman was so frightened that he quickly replied before Su Chen could ask him anything. Su Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. He continued to ask, "Does the Green Turtle tribe have a realm passage that leads to the mysterious heavenly mainland?" If they wanted to return to the mysterious heavenly mainland, they would have to pass through the realm passage. Originally, the Green Turtle tribe had a realm passage that led to Jianghu Island. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by an explosion. "Senior, I don't know." The Green Turtle tribesman replied in a trembling voice. He was afraid that Su Chen would not believe him, so he explained, "I'm just an insignificant person in the Green Turtle tribe. Only the higher-ups of the tribe know about the realm passage." "Where are your higher-ups?" Su Chen asked in a deep voice. "The East Royal City is the largest city in our tribe. All of our higher-ups are here." The Green Turtle tribesman quickly replied. Su Chen's eyes lit up. If the Green Turtle tribesmen were all in the East Royal City, it would save him a lot of time. Not only would he be able to ask about the realm passage, but he would also be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. "I'm very satisfied with your answer." Su Chen praised and crushed the Green Turtle tribesman's head without warning. Then, he took out the intelligent war chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, search for the strongest Green Turtle tribesmen and locate them." The intelligent war chariot quickly activated its search function. After a few seconds, it reported to Su Chen, "Master, I found a level 6 evolved being and a large group of level 3 evolved beings. They're moving quickly toward us." There's a level 6 green turtle tribesman? Su Chen muttered. He clearly remembered that when he killed the green turtle patriarch on Thousand Feather Island, it was only level 4. Even the sacred turtle was only level 5. How could it be level 6 in the blink of an eye? The intelligent war chariot explained, Master, that level 6 evolver is from the undead clan, and the other level 3 evolvers are from the green turtle clan. Oh! Su Chen suddenly understood. The green tortoise tribe was a subordinate force of the undead, so it was normal for a level 6 undead to appear here. Since they're here, let's go out and meet them. Su Chen smiled and walked out of the hall. Wu Yang and the others had already slaughtered all of the green turtle tribe people in the hall. At this point, they had no choice but to fight their way out of the hall. Su Chen collected the fragments as he walked. When he arrived at the entrance of the hall, he called King Kong Willow and Flaming Phoenix to his side. The two of them were too strong. If they made a move, they would cause too much of a commotion. If they scared away the undead clan member, it would take a lot of effort to capture him. On the street outside the hall, there were tens of thousands of green turtle tribesmen gathered. At this moment, they were charging towards Wu Yang and the others with no regard for their lives. However, the huge difference in strength made this kind of charge a hopeless battle. A large number of green turtle tribesmen's corpses were lying on the street. They had died miserably, and blood flowed everywhere. The entire street was dyed red. Su Chen glanced at them and no longer paid attention to them. He activated the automatic pickup function to collect the fragments and quietly waited for the level 6 undead clan member to arrive. A few minutes later, an angry roar came from the front. Everyone stop. Hearing this roar, all of the green turtle tribesmen stopped their charge and retreated. Wu Yang and the others also retreated under Su Chen's signal. Chapter 577. Humans, how did you enter this place? A middle-aged man with a dark complexion walked out from the group of green turtles. He glanced at Su Chen and the others and frowned. The green turtles' continent no longer had a boundary passage that connected to the human continent. How did the humans in front of him get here? This made him feel very puzzled. After confirming that the person who spoke was the level 6 extraordinary tribesman, Su Chen immediately released his spiritual energy to restrain him. The undead tribesman felt an invisible force pressing down on him. His expression changed drastically as he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraints. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. Get over here. Su Chen manipulated his spiritual force and pulled it in front of him. Level 7 spiritual energy. The undead tribesman's heart was filled with despair. When he realized that Su Chen was most likely a level 7 spiritual energy reader, he was filled with regret. At first, he had received news that there were a few level 5 evolvers here. He had dared to come because he was a level 6 evolver. If he had known that there was a level 7 spiritual energy reader here, he would not have foolishly come to his death. The other powerful beings of the green tortoise race who had come with them saw how the undying race had been captured without even being able to put up any resistance, and their hearts palpitated with fear. They looked at each other and wanted to sneak away. However, Su Chen wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Whoever dares to move will be killed on the spot. Su Chen looked coldly at them and roared. As soon as he said this, most of the green turtles were shocked. However, there were still 2 level 3 green turtles who were quietly retreating. Little Willow, kill those 2 ants. Su Chen noticed the strange movements of the 2 green turtles and immediately ordered Jianghu Willow. Without another word, Jianghu Lu flew forward at lightning speed and stomped a level 3 green tortoise tribesman into meat paste. Then, he punched another green tortoise tribesman and turned him into dust. Upon witnessing this scene, the group of green turtle clansmen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 2 level 3 green tortoise tribesmen had been killed in the blink of an eye. This kind of terrifying strength caused the hearts of all the green tortoise tribesmen to tremble. They looked at Diamond Willow with deep respect. Seeing that all of the Green Tortoise race members were stunned, Su Chen turned to the undead race member and asked in a low voice, "Is there a realm passage that leads to the human race here?" "Senior, I don't know. I'm from the undead clan, so I don't understand the situation here." Under Su Chen's gaze, the undead race member trembled and hurriedly replied. Moreover, he even took the opportunity to point out his identity, thinking that it would make Su Chen somewhat wary. "What's the point of keeping you if you don't know anything?" Su Chen snorted and smashed the head of the undead race member with a palm strike. Bang! As the headless corpse of the undead tribesman fell to the ground, the eyelids of the green turtle tribesman twitched violently. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even a level 6 evolver had been casually squashed to death. It was clear to see how powerful Su Chen was. In the face of such a terrifying existence, all of the green turtle tribesmen felt uneasy. "You guys, get over here." Su Chen's gaze fell on the level 3 green turtle tribesmen and shouted. These level 3 green turtle tribesmen gritted their teeth and fearfully walked towards Su Chen. "You should know about the realm passage, right?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he said coldly, "Senior, there used to be a realm passage that led to the human race, but it has been destroyed," one of the green turtle tribesmen replied first. Chapter 578. Without a passageway, they would not be able to return to the human continent. This was something that Su Chen did not want to see. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Are there any passageways that lead to other races?" The green turtle tribe did not have a passageway that led to the human continent, but other races might have one. If they could enter the territories of other races, they would still have a chance to return to the human continent. There are two. One leads to the undead tribe, and the other leads to the beast tribe, one of the green turtle tribesmen answered truthfully. Su Chen had already guessed that there was a passageway that led to the undead tribe, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, when he heard about the beast tribe, he was extremely excited. When he was in Tongtian City, he had killed many members of the beast tribe, so he was quite familiar with them. The beast tribe was a relatively large tribe, but their strongest member was only at level 9. With his current strength and more than 5,000 energy points, he was not afraid of a level 9 cultivator. This way, he would not encounter any danger when he entered the beast tribe's continent. Moreover, the beast tribe had opened 2 passageways on Qinyu Island, so there was a high possibility that they had a 3rd or even a 4th passageway. "Where is the passageway that leads to the beast tribe?" Su Chen asked anxiously. "North Foot City." The green turtle tribesman answered without hesitation. "Satoshi, check the location of North Foot City and how far it is from here," Su Chen instructed the intelligent war chariot. A few seconds later, the intelligent war chariot replied, "Master, it is less than 500 kilometers away." 500 kilometers. With the intelligent war chariot speed, they would arrive in about an hour. Su Chen nodded slightly and opened the pet breeding space. He summoned all his spiritual pets and ordered, "Attack together. Don't let any of the green turtle tribesmen go." To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to rush to North Foot City as soon as possible. However, there were tens of thousands of green turtle tribesmen here, which meant that thousands of fragments could be dropped. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill all of them. He summoned all his spiritual pets and decided to end the battle quickly. "Kill!" Yang Hao and the others took the lead and charged toward the green turtle tribesmen. The other spiritual pets also took action, and even the intelligent war chariot joined the hunt. For a moment, miserable screams rang out, and the entire East Imperial City turned into a purgatory. "Senior, what you're doing is going against the heavens." A level 3 green turtle tribesman roared at Su Chen angrily when he saw his tribesmen being slaughtered one by one. "You also know that it's against the heavens." Su Chen snorted and scolded angrily. "How many humans did you kill when the green tortoise race invaded Vajra City? Today's outcome is your retribution." As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed the head of the green tortoise clan member with a punch and then joined in the slaughter. In an hour, tens of thousands of green tortoise tribesmen were slaughtered in the East Royal City. Only a few managed to escape. After collecting the fragments, Su Chen stored the spiritual pets in the pet breeding space. Then, he called everyone to get in the car and drove straight to North Foothill City. On the way, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and began to count the fragments. This time, a total of more than 3,000 fragments had dropped. The harvest was quite bountiful. Su Chen picked out a few useful items and exchanged the rest for energy points. The total number of energy points reached more than 8,000. After counting the fragments, he wanted to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, a large group of mutated tribesmen is coming toward us." Chapter 579. Satoshi, can we get rid of them? Su Chen frowned slightly and whispered. Normally, if he encountered aliens, no matter how many there were, he would not hesitate to kill them. But now, he was in a hurry to rush to Beilu City to check the passage and did not want to waste time. The intelligent war chariot replied, "Master, the speed of the other party's MCV is not below mine. It will be difficult to get rid of them." To be able to own a MCV that was almost as fast as the intelligent war chariot, the other party must have a strong background. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many people are there? Which race are they from? What is the level of the strongest?" Since he could not get rid of them, he could only make a move. Before making a move, he naturally had to know the details of the other party. The other party is from the undead race. There are a total of 100 people. The strongest is a level 8 evolver, and there are 2 level 7 evolvers. The rest are level 3 and above. Hearing this, Su Chen muttered to himself. The strength of the other party was already very strong. No matter where they were, they could dominate a region. However, in his eyes, it was still not enough. With his strength, he could easily kill an ordinary level 8 evolver, not to mention that he still had the gold-devouring beetles, King Kong Willow, and Flaming Phoenix. "Satoshi, stop the car." After Su Chen ordered, he opened the We Know breeding space and contacted the Flaming Phoenix and King Kong Willow. "Flaming Phoenix, Willow, later on, you two will attack together with me and besiege the level 8 undead race." In order to save time, he was prepared to use thunderous means to kill the other party. "Yes." The Flaming Phoenix and King Kong Willow replied in unison. Not long after the intelligent war chariot stopped, 7 black MCV caught up from behind. When they came close, they spread out and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. Then, a large number of undead race people poured out of the MCV. "You all wait in the car." Su Chen ordered and walked out of the car. "Hey, it's really a human." At this moment, an old man with a flat nose glanced at Su Chen and said coldly, "Human, how did you enter here? If you confess honestly, you can avoid physical pain. It seems that you are the level 8 evolver." After Su Chen muttered, a purple light flashed under his feet. His figure turned into a phantom and rushed straight toward the old man with the flat nose. "You're courting death." A look of disdain appeared on the face of the old man with the flat nose. From the aura emitted by Su Chen, he could tell that he was a level 7 evolver. A level 7 evolver dared to take the initiative to attack a level 8 evolver? Wasn't that seeking death? Just as Su Chen was about to reach him, the old man pulled out a pitch-black axe and chopped down at Su Chen's head. Unexpectedly, just as the giant axe was raised above his head, he felt an invisible force pressing down on him from all directions. The power was so strong that it made him feel like he was stuck in mud, and all of his movements became sluggish. Level 8 spiritual power. The old man with the flat nose was shocked and shouted, "Stop him!" He knew very well that it was impossible to break free from the shackles of a level 8 spiritual power in a short time. Once Su Chen rushed over, he would be in danger. Therefore, he had to let his subordinates buy him time. The 2 level 7 evolvers beside the old man looked at each other and rushed forward without hesitation to try to stop Su Chen. Su Chen was already prepared. He shook his hand, and 2 balls of light, 1 gold and 1 red, shot out. It was Flaming Phoenix and King Kong Willow. Chapter 580. Kill them. Su Chen pointed at the 2 level 7 undead and gave the order. The Diamond Willow sneered and punched one of the level 7 undead. Boom. This undead did not know the strength of the Diamond Willow and chose to fight head-on. The punch broke all the bones in his body and killed him. Although the Diamond Willow was only level 7, he had a saint-level body when he was alive and was known as the Diamond Indestructible Body. How could an ordinary level 7 evolver compare to him? On the other side, the Flaming Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a fireball, burning the other level 7 undead to ashes. Although it was only level 6, the fireball it spat out was its natal flame and contained the power of the law of fire. Its power was unparalleled. Even Su Chen's desert sand fire could not compare to it. It was normal for it to be able to kill a level 7 evolver in one fell swoop. How is this possible? The old man with the flat nose saw his 2 level 7 subordinates being killed in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. At this moment, he was startled awake. The young human in front of him was definitely not someone he could fight against. If he wanted to live, he could only beg for mercy. "Senior, spare my life." The old man with the flat nose shouted loudly. He no longer cared about the face of a level 8 evolver. Su Chen was unmoved and raised one hand. Suddenly, a small mountain with flowing lights and vibrant colors appeared above the old man's head. The 5-colored flowing light above it spun, releasing an extremely violent pressure from it. It gave people the feeling that the small mountain in front of them was not only 30 meters in size, but it was like a towering mountain that could not be moved by human strength. This is a divine artifact. Seeing the 5-colored mountain smash down on his head, the old man with the flat nose's eyes were filled with despair. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the old man with the flat nose was smashed into the ground. The weight of the primordial 5 Extremes mountain was not a joke. Other than the Diamond Willow and the gold-devouring beetles, which had abnormally strong bodies, ordinary cultivators could not withstand it. The old man with the flat nose was a good example. At this time, he had already been smashed into a pile of meat paste, completely dead. Seeing this scene, the surrounding undead clan members were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Su Chen ordered and raised his hand to launch a Pegasus meteor punch. Hundreds of fist shadows fell, and 40 to 50 undead clansmen died on the spot. Flaming Phoenix and Diamond Willow also attacked at the same time, slaughtering the remaining undead tribe members in just a few breaths. He is getting stronger and stronger. Shen Mingfei, who was in the intelligent war chariot, sighed with emotion when she saw Su Chen and his 2 spiritual pets kill so many masters in an instant. Su Chen activated the automatic pickup function. After collecting more than 300 fragments, he returned to the car. Satoshi, continue towards North Foot City. Su Chen whispered as he sat in the driver's seat and began to count the fragments. The intelligent war chariot drove at full speed towards North Foot City. About an hour later, the intelligent war chariot appeared in front of a huge city. This city was none other than North Foot City. At this time, a large number of Green Turtle clan members were entering and exiting the city gate. It looked very lively. In this regard, it was no different from a human city. Su Chen glanced forward and smirked. "Satoshi, fire up and kill your way into the city." Chapter 581. The sound of a gunshot echoed in front of the North Foothill City Gate. The head of one of the Green Tortoise tribesmen exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. The Green Tortoises in front of the city gate were stunned. Before they could react, the sound of gunfire rang in their ears. Boom boom beep. Tot-tot. The pulse cannon and ungraded Gatling gun opened fire at the same time, causing a bloodbath in front of the city gate. The highest level of the Green Tortoises in front of the city gate was only level 2, and they could not withstand such powerful firepower. In the blink of an eye, countless of them were killed. "Run!" The surviving Green Tortoises screamed and ran into the city. The intelligent war chariot charged into the city as if there was no one there, and started a massacre. Everywhere it went, there were corpses of the green tortoises. None of the corpses were intact, and they were all torn to pieces. At this moment, North Foothill City and East Imperial City were like purgatory. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen and asked in a low voice, "Satoshi, how many green tortoises are there in North Foothill City?" "More than 23,000, the intelligent war chariot replied immediately. North Foothill City was considered a big city, but the number of green tortoises was too small, which disappointed Su Chen. However, his main goal was to find the interworld passage, so killing a few was acceptable. After a while, he summoned all his spiritual pets and ordered, "Massacre the city. Don't let a single foreign tribesman go." Massacring a city was a very cruel and bloody thing to do, but every time he thought of the crimes committed by the green tortoises on Thousand Feather Island, Su Chen did not feel guilty at all. Good and evil would be repaid in the end, and it was not yet time. The green tortoises massacred the humans in King Kong City, so he would kill all the green tortoises in North Foothill City. In fact, if he was not in a hurry to return to the human continent, he would have wiped out the green tortoises. After receiving Su Chen's order, a group of spiritual pets rushed into the city and started the killing mode. Wu Yang and the others also got out of the car and joined in the hunt. "Satoshi, find the strongest person in North Foot City and lock onto his position," Su Chen instructed. He still did not know the specific location of the interdomain passageway and planned to capture one and interrogate it. "Master, there's a level 3 green tortoise trying to escape. He's on top of the western wall right now," the intelligent war chariot replied. Su Chen glanced at the control screen and chased after the level 3 green tortoise. A few minutes later, he returned to the intelligent war chariot with a green turtle in his hand. Su Chen tossed the green tortoise to the ground and asked coldly, "Where is the interrealm passageway to the Imperial Beast tribe?" The green tortoise tribesman sprawled on the ground and replied in a panicked and uneasy manner, "Senior, the interworld passage is at the Hall of Harmony in the east of the city. Satoshi, search the Manha Temple and lock onto its location." Su Chen instructed before continuing to ask the green tortoise, "What is the highest level of cultivator that can pass through that interrealm passageway?" Before the interdomain passageway was completely stabilized, there were restrictions on entry and exit. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the harder it was to enter and exit. Su Chen was now at level 7, which was not a low level. He was worried that he would not be able to pass through the interdomain passageway. The green tortoise tribesman thought for a moment before replying, "Level 7 cultivators can barely pass through. Any higher and the interdomain passageway will not be able to withstand it." Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After a while, he killed the green tortoise tribesman and began to collect his fragments. Chapter 582. In less than an hour, all the green tortoise clansmen in Beilu City were slaughtered. Su Chen collected the fragments and hurried to the Thousand Harmony Palace with the others. The interrealm passage in the Thousand Harmony Palace was no different from the interrealm passages he had seen before. In fact, the interrealm passage was similar to a large-scale teleportation portal. Because it was a trans-realm teleportation portal, its requirements were naturally much higher than ordinary teleportation portals. Through the interrealm passage, Su Chen could clearly see the situation on the other side. On the other side of the interrealm passage, there seemed to be a valley where several beast tamers were patrolling. However, they looked a little lazy, as if they were not worried that someone would come and destroy the interrealm passage. To avoid any unexpected problems, Su Chen was the first to rush into the interrealm passage. The feeling was similar to when he entered the teleportation portal. After a moment of dizziness, Su Chen appeared on the other side of the interrealm passage, which was the continent of the Beast Tamer clan. Seeing this, Wu Yang and the others did not hesitate and entered one after another. "Who are you?" "He seems to be from the human race?" Su Chen's sudden appearance immediately caused the group of beast tamers to cry out in surprise. They all moved forward and surrounded Su Chen. At this moment, Wu Yang and the others appeared one by one beside Su Chen. Seeing so many humans appear at once, The surrounding beast tamers were shocked. They could not figure it out. The interrealm passage here clearly led to the Green Tortoise clan. Even if someone came out, it should be someone from the Green Tortoise clan. Why did it have to be humans? Could it be that the Green Tortoise clan's territory had been conquered by the human race? Humans, why are you here? Tell us the truth, or we will kill you immediately. A beast tamer riding a wild boar glanced at Su Chen and the others vigilantly and shouted loudly. Su Chen curled his lips and chuckled. You don't have the right to know. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his mind power and crushed the other beast tamers, leaving only the boar-riding beast tamer alive. Telekinesis Master. Seeing his clansmen die one after another, the boar-riding beast tamer was inexplicably terrified. He quickly realized that the young man in front of him must be a spirit reader master, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Otherwise, there was no way he could have killed so many of his clansmen in an instant. Where is this place? Answer honestly and don't make any futile struggles. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. The Beastmaster clenched his teeth and suddenly roared, Human, how dare you behave so atrociously here? Aren't you afraid of death? Su Chen's strength was enough to make him feel a deep sense of fear. However, this was the continent of the beast tamers. No matter how strong Su Chen and the others were, there were only a few of them. Would they dare to go against the entire beast tamers? Thinking of this, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Anyone who dared to be arrogant in front of Su Chen would not have a good ending. This beast tamer was no exception. There was a loud explosion. The wild boar that the beast tamer was sitting on, as well as his 2 legs, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! The beast tamer fell to the ground and kept rolling on the ground, howling in pain. Due to the large commotion, a large number of beast tamers quickly rushed over. There were about 100 of them. Just as the 100 beast tamers were about to reach him, Su Chen raised his hand and unleashed a Pegasus meteor punch. Golden fist shadows fell from the sky, accompanied by a series of bone-breaking sounds. The 100 beast tamers were smashed into a pile of minced meat without being able to put up any resistance. Chapter 583. Witnessing this scene, the Beastmaster lying on the ground stopped howling. He was completely stunned, and his eyes were filled with a deep layer of fear. Obviously, Su Chen's powerful attack had shown him what it meant to be unparalleled. It had also destroyed his mental defenses. Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Su Chen's gaze fell on the Beastmaster. His voice was as cold as a glacier. Hearing this, the Beastmaster trembled all over. He hurriedly replied, Senior, this is Zio Valley. Su Chen nodded slightly and continued to ask, Does this place belong to Nan Man or Bei? When he was in Heaven Connect City, he learned from Jianghu, the city lord of Heaven Connect City, that the Beastmaster tribe was actually divided into 2 major factions, Nan Man and Bei. The Beastmaster tribe that appeared in Heaven Connect City belonged to the Bei faction. The Beastmaster didn't hesitate and answered truthfully, We belong to Bei. Where is the Saint of Bei now? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. There was a level 9 existence in the Beastmaster tribe who had threatened him in Heaven Connect City. The Saint is in Wuxia City. The Beastmaster hesitated for a while, but under Su Chen's gaze he still answered truthfully. Wuxia City. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. His main purpose here was to find a way to return to the human continent. If he had enough time and conditions, he would like to kill the Saint of Bei. Needless to say, a level 9 cultivator was powerful, but Su Chen was still very confident. He was at level 7 now. Using the Atlas shape-shifting technique would elevate him to level 8. With his strength, he could easily kill enemies of a higher level. Dealing with an ordinary level 9 cultivator was not a big problem. Is there anyone in the Beastmaster tribe who has surpassed level 10? Su Chen asked again. For now, only a saint-level expert could pose a threat to him. This was a matter of life and death, so he had to find out. The Beastmaster answered affirmatively. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't completely believe the other party's words. He wasn't worried that the beast tamers would lie, but that the beast tamers were too weak. Such a person would definitely not have a high status in the beast tamer clan. The information that he could get in touch with and know would be limited. Is there a realm passage leading to the human race's continent here? Su Qin changed the topic and went straight to the point. We don't have it in Bai, but I heard that the Yueqi city of the southern barbarians has it, the beast tamer answered after thinking for a while. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. With the interdomain passage, there was a possibility of returning to the human continent. Then, he asked calmly, what's the cultivation of the strongest person in the southern barbarian lands? He's also a level 9 evolver, the beast tamer answered honestly. Su Chen had asked all the questions he needed to ask. Then, he mercilessly slaughtered the members of the beast clan. After collecting the fragments, he took out the intelligent war chariot and asked everyone to get on. Satoshi, can you find the location of Yueqi City? Su Chen asked as soon as he got on the chariot. Master, Yueqi City is not within the range of detection. We can't lock onto its location, the intelligent war chariot replied. The intelligent war chariot's search range was only 500 kilometers, and this was not the human race's continent. It was normal that they couldn't lock onto the location of Yueqi City. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen. Originally, he wanted to see if there were any members of the beast tamer clan nearby and catch some as tour guides. But inadvertently he found 2 blue dots. The blue dots represented humans. There were traces of humans on the beast tamer clan's continent. This made Su Chen feel inexplicably surprised. Chapter 584. Satoshi, lock onto these 2 blue dots and zoom in on the image, Su Chen said in a low voice. The appearance of the 2 humans piqued his interest. At the same time, he thought that since they could appear here, did they come through the interrealm passage? Or was it a teleportation formation? Regardless of the situation, it gave him hope to return to the human continent. The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, the figures of a young man and a young woman appeared. They looked to be in their 20s and were wearing the same purple clothes. The man had dark skin and an ordinary appearance. The woman had a slender figure and a beautiful face. Satoshi, what are their cultivation levels? Su Chen asked after taking a look. Master, they are both level 6 evolved humans. Level 6. Su Chen was slightly moved. He had guessed that these 2 people were not simple at first. After all, this was the Imperial Beast continent. Since these 2 people had not been captured, their strength must not be weak. However, Su Chen did not expect them to be level 6 cultivators. Without a doubt, these 2 people were definitely the top geniuses of the human race. Otherwise, they would not have become level 6 evolved humans in their 20s. Satoshi, lock onto these 2 people and go immediately, Su Chen ordered. No matter where these 2 people came from, since they had met, they naturally had to meet them. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto its target and sped away at full speed. At this moment, Shen Mengfei seemed to have thought of something and reminded him softly, Senior, these 2 people should be from the Sun Moon Star Palace of the Forgotten Autumn Mountain. The Forgotten Autumn Mountain was one of the 4 top forces of the mysterious heavenly continent. Su Chen knew this. However, this was the first time he had heard of the Sun Moon Star Palace. He asked curiously, You've seen them before? What kind of force is the Sun Moon Star Palace? Senior, I don't know them. Shen Mengfei replied and continued to explain. However, everyone from the Sun Moon Star Palace has the Sun Moon symbol on their clothes. I judged them based on this. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the central control screen again. Sure enough, he saw the sun and moon symbol on their collars. Shen Mengfei continued, there are a total of 7 top forces in Forgotten Autumn Mountain. Among them, the Sun Moon Star Palace is the most famous. Rumor has it that the Sun Moon Star Palace's standards for accepting disciples are extremely strict. Only top-notch geniuses can enter their eyes. Thus, their numbers may be the smallest among the 7 families, but they have the most top-notch combat power. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. Thinking back to the two people from the Sun Moon Star Palace who were only in their 20s, they were already level 6 evolvers. Their talent was so high that it was rare in the world. They just happened to meet the standards of the Sun Moon Star Palace, so he believed Shin Mingfei's words. Why did the people of Forgotten Autumn Mountain come to the Imperial Beast Continent? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. He had a feeling that the purpose of these two people coming here was not simple. Satoshi, how much longer until we catch up to them? Su Chen could not wait any longer. About 10 minutes, the intelligent war chariot replied. Su Chen nodded and sat back in the driver's seat, waiting quietly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When the intelligent war chariot caught up to them, the dark-skinned man from the Forgotten Autumn Mountains suddenly launched an attack. He held a broad, long sword with both hands and slashed at the intelligent war chariot from the sky. Su Chen did not pay much attention to it at first. This was because the dark-skinned man was only at level 6, and the intelligent war chariot was at level 6. It could defend against any attack below level 6. However, when he clearly felt the terrifying killing intent from the sword, he was shocked. He knew very well that the intelligent war chariot's defense would definitely not be able to withstand it. Su Chen would not sit back and watch the intelligent war chariot suffer any damage. He opened the door and rushed out. Chapter 585. Su Chen had just gotten out of the car when he saw a giant sword shadow slashing toward him. He didn't hesitate to use golden scales on the arm, flew forward, and threw a punch. There was a loud bang. The giant sword shadow was smashed into pieces by the punch, and a faint luster rippled in the air. "You're a human." The dark-skinned man's eyes widened as he yelled in shock. He was not only surprised to meet a human here, but he was also shocked by Su Chen's strength. The sword shadow he had just slashed out was enough to cause damage to a level 7 cultivator, but it was easily shattered by Su Chen's punch. From this, it could be seen that Su Chen's strength was at least level 7. How can he be so young? The beautiful woman next to him was also shocked. Su Chen looked less than 20 years old, but his cultivation had already reached level 7, which made her feel extremely incredulous. "You two attacked my MCV for no reason. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Su Chen's face was gloomy, and his voice was as cold as ice. If he hadn't reacted in time, the intelligent war vehicle would have been seriously damaged. It was all a misunderstanding. "I was reckless. Please forgive me." The dark-skinned man's posture was very humble. He first apologized, then explained, "You should know that this is the continent of the Imperial Beast Clan. When a MCV suddenly appeared, I thought it was the Imperial Beast Clan's MCV. That's why I acted rashly. However, fortunately you're strong. Otherwise, I would have caused a disaster." Seeing that the other party's attitude was very sincere, Su Chen's expression eased a little, and he whispered, "Are you two from the Sun Moon Star Palace?" The people of the Sun Moon Star Palace wore special clothes, so it was easy to recognize them. The dark-skinned man and the beautiful woman weren't too surprised that Su Chen knew their origins. The dark-skinned man first introduced himself, then asked, "I'm Chen Feng, and this is my junior sister, Xiaojing. We are indeed from the Sun Moon Star Palace. How should I address you?" Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "My name is Su Chen." "Oh, it's Brother Su." Xiaojing greeted him and asked curiously, "Brother Su, how did you enter the Imperial Beast Clan's continent?" "When I was entering the teleportation array, something happened and I was accidentally teleported here." "How did you get here?" Su Chen said perfunctorily and then asked. "We entered this place through a teleportation formation," Chen Feng said without hiding anything. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing as he had taken the initiative to come here, it was very likely that he had returned to the human continent through the teleportation formation. Can that teleportation array still be used? Su Chen asked anxiously. Chen Feng understood what Su Chen meant. He smiled and said, "Brother Su, that teleportation portal can be used, but its energy has been depleted. If you want to reactivate it, you'll need to install a level 8 or above energy stone. Su Chen did not have any level 8 energy stones on him. However, there was no shortage of mutant beasts in the Imperial Beast continent. Almost every member of the Imperial Beast clan had a mutant beast as a mount. As long as they could find a level 8 mutant beast, this problem would be solved. How many level 8 energy stones do you need? Su Chen asked tentatively. 3 should be enough, Chen Feng replied. 3 level 8 energy stones meant that they needed to kill 3 level 8 mutant beasts. It was not a big problem. Su Chen thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Let's talk about it in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight into the car. Chen Feng and Xia Jing looked at each other, then followed behind Su Chen and got on the intelligent chariot. Chapter 586. Back in the intelligent chariot, Su Chen briefly introduced both parties to each other. Then he started chatting with Chen Feng and Xia Jing. "Brother Chen, Sister Xia, why did you come here?" It was very dangerous to enter the continent of the beast tribe. Even with Chen Feng and Xia Jing's strength, they could die. Why did they insist on coming here? That was what Su Chen was concerned about. "Brother Su, have you heard of blood gems?" Chen Feng asked, not answering the question. Su Chen shook his head and waited for Chen Feng to continue. Blood gems are very precious ores. They are mainly used to improve the quality of weapons or armor, Chen Feng explained. Did they come here for blood gems? It seems that blood gems are not simple. Su Chen guessed and contacted the intelligent chariot. "Satoshi, do you know about blood gems?" The intelligent chariot was an expert in identifying ores. If blood gems were valuable, it should know something about them. "Master, blood gems can help me upgrade to level 7, the intelligent chariot replied immediately. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The intelligent war chariot had been upgraded to a level 7 form. Other things aside, just the fact that it could defend against the attacks of a level 7 practitioner was enough to move him. Chen Feng and Xia Jing were stunned when they heard the conversation between Su Chen and the intelligent chariot. Xia Jing swallowed her saliva and asked tentatively, "Brother Su, can your MCV speak?" Su Chen smiled and explained, "Satoshi is a product of high intelligence. It can speak and think independently. You will understand when you get to know it." Hearing this, Chen Feng and Su Chen clicked their tongues and secretly exclaimed that Su Chen was really a strange person. Not only was he powerful, but his MCV was also extraordinary. "Brother Su, are you a level 7 evolver?" Xia Jing took a deep breath and asked. She had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. "Yes." Su Chen nodded. He was a level 7 practitioner, and evolver was only one of his professions. However, there was nothing wrong with his answer. As expected. Xia Jing thought to herself, then asked, "How old is Junior Su this year?" Su Chen looked less than 20 years old, but some people naturally looked younger. Moreover, a level 7 evolver under the age of 20 was too inconceivable. They also believed that Su Chen was definitely not in his 20s. Beside him, Shen Mengfei also pricked up her ears and listened attentively. Although she had been with Su Chen for a long time, she really didn't know how old Su Chen was. Su Chen rubbed his nose and whispered, 17. "You're only 17? Chen Feng and Xia Jing's jaws dropped, and their jaws almost dropped. Shen Mengfei was even more shocked. Compared to Chen Feng and Xia Jing, he knew more about Su Chen. Not only was Su Chen a level 7 evolver, but he was also a level 7 spirit reader and a level 7 all-elemental mage. When he thought about how Su Chen had reached such a height at the age of 17, Shen Mengfei's brain buzzed. After a long time, Chen Feng recovered and said sincerely, "Brother Su is really a rare cultivation genius. It's hard for us to reach him. One must know that he himself was a genius, or else he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple of the Sun Moon Star Palace." However, compared to Su Chen, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Su Chen's face was slightly red, and he felt a little embarrassed. He could not be considered a cultivation genius. He had only increased his strength by picking up fragments. Of course, he wouldn't point this out. Chapter 587. Senior Brother Chen, let's get down to business. Where did you hear about the blood gems on the continent of the beast-taming tribe? Su Chen changed the subject. A blood gem appeared at an auction in Yanji City on Chongshu Island. We asked around and got reliable information that the blood gem came from the chaotic plane on the continent of the beast-taming tribe, Chen Feng explained. Su Chen pondered for a while and said with some doubts, "Why didn't you buy it from the beast-taming tribe? Why did you take the risk to come here?" As a nouveau riche, he did not think that the price of blood gems was high. Nor did he think about whether Chen Feng could afford it. Chen Feng said with a wry smile, "Brother Su, the blood gem is too expensive. Every time it appears, it will be sold at a sky-high price. We can't afford it. Besides, the beast-taming tribe is very strict about the blood gems. They rarely appear in the auction. Even if we can get it, it won't be enough to upgrade the quality of our weapons." Oh! Su Chen suddenly understood. He finally understood why Chen Feng and Chen Feng had come here. It was worth the risk to get the blood gem. "Do you know the exact location of the chaotic plane?" Su Chen asked. Since he knew the purpose of the blood gem, he was determined to get it. "We have been here for more than a month. During this time, we have captured many people from the beast-taming tribe. Since we don't know much about their language, we can only guess that it's in the northern Yi territory," Chen Feng answered honestly. Su Chen started thinking. This was the territory of the northern Yi territory. As long as they captured a few people from the beast-taming tribe, they should be able to find out the location of the chaotic plane. At this thought, he suggested, "Senior Brother Chen, I'm also interested in the blood gem. Why don't we work together?" With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to find the blood gem alone. However, considering that he would need Chen Feng and Chen Feng's transmission formation to return to the continent, he wanted to take them with him. Besides, it was Chen Feng and Chen Feng who gave him the information. It was reasonable to let them have a share of the loot. Chen Feng and Chen Feng were overjoyed. They hurriedly replied, "Brother Su, we have the same idea." Working with an expert like Su Chen would not only increase their safety, but also increase their chances of finding blood gems. Moreover, if he wanted to return to the mysterious heavenly mainland, he would need Su Chen's help. Therefore, the two of them were very happy that Su Chen had taken the initiative to propose an alliance. "Alright, since we've reached a consensus, I'll discuss the next step of the plan," Su Chen said in a deep voice. After all, this was the continent of the beast tamers. It was not a place that a weak race like the Green Tortoise tribe could compare to. He had to be more cautious. After half an hour of discussion, they finally decided to get their hands on the blood gems first and then find a way to kill a level 8 mutant beast. "Satoshi, look around and see if there are any beast tamers nearby," Su Chen ordered. The easiest way to find the chaotic planes was to capture a few members of the Imperial Beast clan and interrogate them. "Master, there is a group of beast familiars MCV 100 kilometers ahead," the intelligent war chariot replied quickly. "The beast familiars have a MCV?" Su Chen muttered. As far as he knew, the beast familiars rode on mutant beasts. He had never seen any of them driving MCV. Seeing Su Chen's confusion, Chen Feng explained, "Brother Su, the beast familiars do have a MCV. We've seen them before. As far as I know, most of their MCV is used to transport ores." "Satoshi, go after them," Su Chen ordered. Since they were transporting ores, they might know more about the blood gems. Naturally, they had to be captured and interrogated. Chapter 588. Yes, sir. The intelligent war chariot sped off after receiving the order. On the way, Su Chen reminded them, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we'll only capture one high-level beast tamer. Don't leave the rest alive. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi nodded. Half an hour later, the intelligent war chariot caught up with the convoy. Su Chen, Xia Jingyi, and Xia Jingyi worked together to capture a level 4 beast tamer. The rest were killed. After bringing the beast tamer to the vehicle, Su Chen asked the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, are the ores in the vehicles useful?" If the ores were valuable, he would take them all. Master, they're just ordinary ores used to refine weapons. They're not very useful, the intelligent war chariot replied. Ordinary ores were worthless in Su Chen's eyes. He said, "Let's get out of here first." The intelligent war chariot drove off in a certain direction without hesitation. Later, Su Chen began to interrogate the beast tamer. In the beginning, this beast tamer from the beast tamer clan was quite stubborn. He even threatened them. However, after Su Chen used torture, the people of the beast tamer clan became extremely obedient. They answered whatever they were asked and told everything they knew. In the end, Su Chen learned that the chaotic plane was vast and that they were in the chaotic plane. As for the whereabouts of the blood gems, the beast tamer did not know much. He only said that the blood gems were very rare and that they could only be found by luck. "Brother Su, what should we do next?" Chen Feng asked with a frown. Even the beast tamers had a hard time finding blood gems, so it was even harder for outsiders like them to find them. Moreover, since they were on the continent of the beast tamers, they could be in danger all the time. He was in a dilemma. Su Chen pondered for a while and asked the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, can you sense the whereabouts of the blood gems?" He remembered clearly that the intelligent war chariot had the ability to sense special ores. However, the range of its detection was limited. "Master, the energy waves from the blood gems are not strong. My detection range is about 1 kilometer, the intelligent war chariot replied. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were ecstatic. 1 kilometer was not a large area, but as long as they explored a few more areas, they would find the blood gems sooner or later. All right, you can choose the area you want to search. You don't have to hide if you encounter someone from the beast tamers. Just inform us in advance, Su Chen instructed. Brother Su, it's better for us to be careful, Chen Feng reminded him in a low voice. In his opinion, since there was a way to find the blood gems, they could do it secretly. There was no need to get into trouble. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Su Chen smiled. Then he returned to the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. Killing members of the Beastmaster clan would not only give him a fragment, but he could also gather some information. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Chen Feng did not say any more. For the next few days, the intelligent war chariot sped through the chaotic plains and searched many areas. Unfortunately, it did not find the blood gems. On the 5th day, the intelligent war chariot continued to search for blood gems as usual. When they turned a hill, the intelligent war chariot suddenly warned, "Master, I found 2 level 7 members of the beast tamers. Do they have mounts?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 589. Level 7 beast tamers were the highest level Su Chen had encountered since he entered the beast continent. Moreover, beast tamers usually had mutant beast mounts, and the level of the mounts was about the same as the master. As such, it was very likely that there were 2 level 7 mutant beasts. After killing them, in addition to the fragments, he could also obtain 2 level 7 energy stones. Not only could they be used on the time accelerator, but they could also be used on the mechanical soldier when it reached level 7. Furthermore, the super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito relied on the blood of mutant beasts to level up. As long as it consumed the blood of a level 7 mutant beast, it would definitely level up to level 7. Therefore, no matter what, he would not let these 2 beast tamers go. Satoshi, lock onto them and speed up. Su Chen gave the order excitedly. Hearing this, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi's expressions turned ugly. Although Su Chen was also level 7, he was only one person. And the 2 beast tamers could very well have 2 level 7 mutant beast mounts. As such, Su Chen would have to fight 4 people alone, and he might even be killed in a single blow. Even if the 2 of them joined forces with Su Chen, they would definitely not be a match for him. Junior brother Su, please reconsider. A level 7 familiar from the beast tribe isn't someone you can afford to provoke, Xia Jingyi advised. Su Chen knew that Xia Jingyi was doing this for his own good, so he did not explain too much. He only gave Xia Jingyi a reassuring smile. Xia Jingyi was slightly stunned. She did not know why he was so confident. However, at this moment, Tan Lin walked to Xia Jingyi's side and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Senior Xia. Su Chen always has absolute confidence in what he wants to do." Chao Ran, who was beside her, added, "Level 7 mutants are like ants in Chen Ji's eyes. He can kill them with one hand." Level 7 mutants were ants? Kill them with one hand? Xia Jingyi looked at Chao Ran in a daze. Her expression became very complicated. She felt that this young man named Chao Ran in front of her was too good at talking big. He had also boasted too much about Su Chen. Shen Mengfei glanced at Xia Jingyi and started to feel happy. Xia Jingyi definitely wouldn't believe Chao Ran's words. Then, after witnessing Su Chen's strength, how would she feel? Would he have the same feelings as her at that time? Shen Mengfei was looking forward to it. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then whispered to Xia Jingyi, "Let's work together to stall one of the beast tamers and buy some time for Su Chen." After interacting with Su Chen for a few days, he had some understanding of Su Chen's character. Once Su Chen made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. Since he couldn't stop it, he could only do his best to help Su Chen. Although they were only level 6, their abilities were far beyond those of the same level. It wasn't a big problem for them to hold off a level 7 familiar and a level 7 mutated beast for a short period of time. Xia Jingyi sighed and nodded helplessly. Su Chen's stubbornness made her very confused and annoyed. However, Su Chen was their partner after all. She couldn't just stand by and watch Su Chen get into trouble. She could only say that she had to give it her all. An hour later, when the intelligent war chariot was less than a mile away from the two mutants, Su Chen stopped it. This was because the control screen clearly showed that the two mutants were fighting with all their might. They were fighting fiercely, and it could be said that every move they made was fatal. Su Chen didn't expect such a situation to occur. Chapter 590. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were overjoyed. Although they did not know why the two beast tamers wanted to kill each other, the situation was in their favor. As long as one of the beast tamers died or both of them were seriously injured, they would take the opportunity to attack together. They were confident that they could kill the two beast tamers. However, Su Chen did not want to wait any longer. Once the beast tamers died, they would lose the chance to get the fragments. When he was about to get out of the car, the intelligent war chariot suddenly warned him, "Master, they have blood gems." Blood gems? Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were also surprised. "Satoshi, open the door," Su Chen ordered. As soon as the door opened, he rushed out of the car. "Brother Su," Chen Feng tried to stop him, but he did not have the chance. He had no choice but to follow Su Chen. Xia Jingyi gritted her teeth and followed Su Chen. At this time, she was very depressed and secretly blamed Su Chen for being so impulsive. Even if he knew they had blood gems, it would not be too late to kill them when they were injured. Why was he in such a hurry? After Su Chen got out of the car, he instantly activated the rapid battle continuation. He turned into a streak of light and shot forward. So fast! Chen Feng was shocked. He only saw a blur in front of him and then lost sight of Su Chen. He had never seen such a terrifying speed in his life. Where is Su Chen? Xia Jingyi was the last to get out of the car. She was surprised when she did not see Su Chen. Chen Feng pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "He is over there. Let's go after him." To Su Chen, the distance of 1 mile was covered in an instant. When the two level 7 beast tamers saw a young human charging towards them, they were stunned for a moment. At the same time, they stopped fighting. It was very strange for a human to suddenly appear on the beast tamer continent. Moreover, this human dared to rush toward them. That was even stranger. "Human, why are you here?" One of the beast tamers, who was riding a black wolf, asked sternly as he stared at Su Chen. "Of course I'm here to kill you." Su Chen pursed his lips as a mocking expression appeared on his face. The two beast tamers were dumbfounded. A mere human dared to threaten to kill them? When did the human race become so arrogant? Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Su Chen didn't say much. He raised his hand and struck out with the Pegasus Meteor Punch. In the next moment, a sky full of golden fist shadows fell from the sky, completely engulfing the two beast tamers. Bang bang bang. Crack. Amidst a series of crashing sounds, the bones of the two beast tamers, including their mounts, broke inch by inch. They were smashed directly into the ground. Although he didn't die, he was heavily injured and had completely lost the ability to resist. At this moment, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi rushed over. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, the two of them swallowed hard and were stunned. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He then summoned the super-devouring ancient adamantine mosquito and said to it, "Shao Jin, the two level 7 mutated beasts are for you." "Thank you, master." The super-devouring ancient adamantine mosquito was very excited. It flew over and devoured them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the two level 7 mutated beasts were sucked dry. Following that, its aura rose to level 7 very quickly. Su Chen still has level 6 bug beasts. Xia Jingyi was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Feng clicked his tongue and reminded, "They are level 7 bug beasts now." Chapter 591. Master, I have reached level 7. The super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito flew to Su Chen's side and jumped up and down excitedly. "Not bad." Su Chen curled his lips and kept the mosquito in the pet breeding space. The super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito's ability to level up by sucking blood was indeed amazing. Although it was not as strong as the flaming phoenix and other spiritual pets, it was much easier for it to level up. Su Chen collected the fragments and dug out 2 level 7 energy stones. Then he returned with the 2 beast tamers. When he passed by Chen Feng and the other man, he said, "Brother Chen, let's go back." Chen Feng and the other man came back to their senses and replied in a daze. Back in the intelligent chariot, Su Chen searched the bodies of the 2 beast tamers and found 5 yellow crystals the size of eggs. Chen Feng confirmed that they were blood crystals. "Where did you get these blood crystals?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at one of the beast tamers and asked coldly, "Human, let me go at once. Otherwise, the beast tamers will hunt you down endlessly." The beast tamer ignored Su Chen's words and roared with his eyes wide open. Su Chen was stunned and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. The beast tamer was still so arrogant even at this point. Was he not afraid of being killed? "Human, although you are strong, this is the continent of the beast tamers after all. There are many strong people here. Our master is a level 9 evolver. If you dare to harm us," seeing that Su Chen did not speak, the beast tamer thought that Su Chen was afraid, so he kept talking. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Su Chen's fist smashed his head open. Su Chen would not spoil such a self-righteous guy. After killing this beast tamer, Su Chen turned to look at another beast tamer. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Are you going to tell me the truth? Or do you want to end up like him?" The beast tamer trembled and hurriedly replied, "Sir, the blood gems were found in a mine not far from here." In the face of Su Chen, who would kill without saying a word, the fear in his heart reached its peak. He was afraid that he would be killed if he answered too slowly. Su Chen pondered for a while and then asked, "Did you fight for the blood gems?" "Apart from the blood gems, we have some personal grudges. That's why we fought," the beast tamer tribe member explained. Su Chen nodded and turned to ask the intelligent chariot, "Satoshi, how many blood gems do you need to upgrade to level 7? 20 pieces, the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. "Senior brother Chen, how many blood gems do you need to upgrade your weapons?" Su Chen asked. "About 15 pieces should be enough," Chen Feng estimated and replied. 30 more. Su Chen murmured and asked the beast tamer tribe member again, "How many blood gems are there in the mine?" "Sir, I don't know how many there are. We dug out 5 pieces," the beast tamer tribe member replied truthfully. "You point out the route and go to the mine immediately," Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. If there were 5 blood gems in the mine, there might be more. He could not miss this opportunity. Under the guidance of the Beast Tamer tribe member, the intelligent war chariot drove straight to the mine. Chapter 592. After driving for more than 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot warned, "Master, there are a large number of beast tamers 5 kilometers ahead. There are about 1,000 of them." "Satoshi, zoom in on the image," Su Chen ordered. They had been driving in the direction the beast tamers had pointed them in. He guessed that the mine was right in front of them. The image on the screen changed to a huge lake. A large number of beast tamers had gathered around the lake. There were indeed more than 1,000 of them. "It's not a mine?" Su Chen frowned. The lake looked more like a place for leisure. It was definitely not a mine. "Did you lead us here on purpose?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes at the beast tamers. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The beast tamers had said that they were going to the mine. However, they had led them to a lake with a large number of beast tamers. His goal was self-evident. He wanted to use the beast tamers to deal with Yi Shiwen. "Ha!" The beast tamers suddenly laughed wildly. Then, he said proudly, "Human, do you know who is in front of us? He's our holy lord. Why aren't you letting me go?" The sacred lord of the beast tamers. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi's faces darkened when they heard that. They had been here for more than a month. They had gathered some information, including information about the sacred lord of the northern continent. Rumor had it that the sacred lord of the northern continent was a level 9 super expert. If they were discovered, none of them would be able to survive. Chen Feng quickly reminded, "Brother Su, let's run." Wu Yang and the others were also nervous. They looked at Su Chen. "I have long found the holy lord of northern Yi and Isor. This time, I can use this opportunity to kill him," Su Chen said with a faint smile. Back when he was in Heaven Connect City, he had met the Saint Lord of the Northern Barbarians. However, he was only at level 4 then. Now, he was already at level 7. Although he was still 2 levels away, he could reach level 8 instantly after using the Atlas shapeshifting technique. With his ability to kill enemies of a higher level, dealing with a level 9 cultivator was not a big problem. In addition, he still had the gold-devouring beetles and the diamond willow. If he used all of them, he would be more confident in killing a level 9 cultivator. "What?" Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were dumbfounded. Su Chen actually declared that he would kill a level 9 expert. Wasn't this boasting too shamelessly? Arrogant. The beast tamer sneered, "Human, don't talk nonsense. How can an ant like you compare to the Holy Lord's strength?" Noisy. Su Chen's face darkened. He reached out and crushed the beast tamer's head. Then he instructed the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, charge over." "Brother Su, please reconsider." Chen Feng hurriedly tried to dissuade him, his voice trembling. "Master, they are already here. Among them, there is a level 9 cultivator, 2 level 8 cultivators, and several level 7 cultivators," the intelligent war chariot reminded. "It's over." Chen Feng's face was pale. His body swayed slightly and he almost fell to the ground. In his opinion, a level 9 cultivator was enough to kill them, not to mention that there were many level 7 and level 8 cultivators. This time, it could be said that they would definitely die. Chapter 593. Su Chen pondered for a while and began to make arrangements. "Senior brother Chen, you and senior sister Xia will deal with the level 7 ones. Leave the 2 level 8 ones and the Bei sacred leader to me." Although Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were only level 6, their abilities were far beyond their peers. Even if they could not kill the leveled 7 ones, it should not be a problem for them to hold them back. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the soldier recruitment system and spent 2 energy points to bind his relationship with Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi. Killing a level 7 cultivator would result in at least a few hundred fragments. If Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi could really kill a level 7 one, it would be a huge loss if he did not bind his relationship with them. Hearing that Su Chen wanted to take on a level 9 and 2 level 8 cultivators alone, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were completely stunned. Brother Su, you're not joking, right? Chen Feng swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said with a trembling voice. Don't worry, I have helpers too. Su Chen smiled and did not explain further. Then, he called the mechanical soldier to his side and used an upgrade gem to upgrade it to level 7. Then he installed 2 level 7 energy stones. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed secretly. With this puppet and the people in the car? He thought that Su Chen's helpers were Wu Yang and the others and the mechanical soldier. His heart turned cold. Although Wu Yang and the others were not weak, the strongest was only level 5. A level 7 cultivator could kill them all. What could they do? As for the mechanical soldier, it would be good enough if it could stop a level 7 cultivator. There was no need to count on it. In this way, Su Chen would have to face a level 9 and 2 level 8 powerhouses alone. Not to mention winning, he would probably be killed in one move. After making the arrangements, Su Chen reminded them again, Satoshi, if a level 7 cultivator attacks you later, fly directly into the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out first. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi gritted their teeth and got out of the car helplessly. At this moment, the Beast Tamer clan's troops had already arrived before them. Human, it's you. Among the people from the Beast Tamer clan, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura and a crown on his head suddenly lit up when he saw Su Chen's appearance. Northern Yi's sacred lord, long time no see, Su Chen said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man in front of him was none other than the Northern Yi sacred lord of the Beast Tamer clan whom he had met once in Sky Connect City. Ha! The Northern Mountain's sacred master laughed wildly, and his face turned ferocious. Boy, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Last time in Heaven Connect City, you were lucky enough to escape with your life. Let's see how you'll escape this time. Back in Tongtian City, Su Chen had killed thousands of his clansmen and even killed 20 level 5 cultivators right in front of him. It could be said that he had lost all his face, and he hated Su Chen to the bone. Now that he had met Su Chen in his territory, he swore that he would skin Su Chen alive. He would make Su Chen regret living in this world. Su Chen curled his lips and laughed contemptuously. Last time in Sky Connect City, you couldn't do anything to me. Today, you can't do anything to me. Do you know why? At this point, Su Chen paused for a moment. Then he continued to mock. Because in my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi's mouths were wide open, and their minds were in a mess. Su Chen mocked a level 9 expert right in front of his face. Did he think that he was too slow to die? The group of beast tamers stared at Su Chen with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with anger. The sacred lord's dignity was not to be blasphemed. A mere human dared to humiliate him in front of his face. Who gave him the courage? Was there something wrong with his brain? Chapter 594. Ah, boy, you've successfully infuriated me. I'll make you regret living in this world. The Northern Yi's sacred lord was so angry that he laughed. A violent murderous aura spread out from his body and swept forward like a vast ocean. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were immediately pressured to the point that they could hardly breathe and kept retreating. Su Chen snorted coldly. After a series of crackling sounds, his body suddenly rose to a height of 30 meters. The powerful aura of a level 8 cultivator was released without reservation. He did not dare to be careless in front of a powerhouse like the Northern Yi sacred leader. Therefore, he immediately revealed his trump card. In addition to intimidating the beast tamers, he also wanted to restore Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi's confidence. Brother Su, you also know the transformation technique. Chen Feng was surprised, but he was more excited. After Su Chen transformed, his cultivation had reached level 8. In this way, he could indeed compete with the Northern Yi sacred leader. You've reached level 8? The sacred lord's face was filled with shock. He still remembered clearly that Su Chen was only at level 4 when they were in Sky Connect City. In just a few months, he had reached level 8. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it unbelievable. The Northern East sacred leader clenched his hands and shouted in his heart, "Is this a terrifying talent that surpasses level 10? Su Chen's cultivation speed was so fast that it was rare in the world, and it made him deeply afraid. At this moment, he was even more determined to completely eliminate Su Chen. After using the Atlas shape-shifting technique, Su Chen quickly opened the pet-rearing space. Except for the 3 mutated wolves, he summoned all his other spirit pets. Spirit pets. There are level 8 ones. The Northern East sacred leader's face changed drastically when he felt the powerful aura from the gold-devouring beetles. The other beast tamers could not remain calm, and they looked a little nervous. Among the spirit pets summoned by Su Chen, the lowest level, the Heavenly Overlord Turtle and the Flaming Phoenix, were level 6. The gold-devouring beetles were level 8, which made them feel heavy pressure. Brother Su has so many powerful spirit pets. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were pleasantly surprised and almost jumped up in excitement. At first, they thought that the helpers Su Chen mentioned were Wu Yang and the others. Who would have thought that Su Chen still had so many powerful trump cards? With so many powerful helpers, they might really have a chance of winning. Little Chong, little Lu, I'll leave those 2 level 8 ones to you. Su Chen ordered, and Mu Ran shouted, "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward the Northern Yi's sacred leader. The gold-devouring bug and other spiritual pets were looking for their opponents. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi targeted 2 level 7 beast tamers from their clansmen and attacked them. "You're courting death." When he saw Su Chen charging at him alone, the Northern East sacred leader's expression turned ferocious. He raised his hand and punched out. The other members of the Beast Tamer clan also took action. The high-level ones fought with the gold-devouring beetles, while the low-level ones surrounded the intelligent war chariot. Feeling a violent gust of wind coming toward him, Su Chen did not hesitate to use the Pegasus Meteor Punch. In the next moment, the golden fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the Northern East sacred leader's fist wind, and a series of explosive sounds rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The golden fist shadows lost some of its power and destroyed the Northern East sacred leader's fist wind. The rest of the fist shadows landed on his body. The Northern East sacred leader did not choose to dodge. He took a few of the fist shadows head-on, but his body only swayed slightly. What a strong body! Seeing this, Su Chen's expression turned serious, but he still charged toward the Northern East sacred leader without hesitation. Chapter 595. The Northern East sacred leader's eyes gleamed. As Su Chen approached him, his fingers glowed faintly as he reached out to grab Su Chen's face. However, at that moment, an invisible force pressed down on him, causing his movements to become sluggish. Child's play. The sacred lord of the Northern East sacred lord smiled contemptuously. Black scales suddenly appeared on his body. With a flash of black light, the invisible force that bound his body broke apart inch by inch. He knew that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator, so he had a way to guard against Su Chen's mind energy. So powerful! Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. At that moment, he realized that the Northern East sacred leader was not an ordinary level 9 cultivator. He might have entered the void battleground and awakened some kind of ability. Just as the Northern East sacred leader's sharp claws were about to reach him, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet. His figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. The Northern East sacred leader realized that he was in danger when his attack missed. However, before he could react, Su Chen had appeared behind him. He held a pitch-black saber with both hands and slashed it down. A white torrent shot out from the saber and swept toward the Northern East sacred leader. In an instant, the temperature of the world dropped below freezing point. It was as if they had entered a world of ice and snow. A terrifying chill swept out in all directions. Those beast tamers with lower cultivation levels were frozen into ice sculptures without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them died on the spot. What a terrifying ice element sorcery! The powerhouses in the surroundings retreated one after another, distancing themselves from the area covered by the chill. Although Su Chen's ice element sorcery was not targeted at them, they still felt extremely threatened. Junior brother Su is a powerful ice element sorcerer. Xia Jingyi was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She was in a daze. Su Chen was only 17 years old. It was already beyond her imagination that he could become a level 7 cultivator. She did not expect him to be a powerful ice element sorcerer. It was unbelievable. Cheng Feng, on the other hand, was excited. The stronger Su Chen was, the greater their chances of survival. On the other side, the Northern Yi's sacred lord shuddered when he sensed a violent icy aura coming at him. However, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he bravely charged toward the white torrent. The white torrent rolled and wrapped around the Northern Yi's sacred leader. Just as he was about to turn into an ice sculpture, the black scales on his body emitted a dazzling black glow. Then, 10,000 beams of black light shot out from them, shattering all the ice that was surrounding his body. "Ah, kid, you are nothing. Show me what tricks you have." The Northern East sacred leader shook off the ice shards on his body and laughed wildly. As Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, the enchanted magic saber slashed forward again. Boom! Amidst the flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, a streak of blue lightning snaked upwards. The terrifying killing intent of the lightning spread out, giving people the feeling that they were in the middle of a lightning tribulation. Junior brother Su is also a lightning element sorcerer? Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were completely stunned by Su Chen's endless tricks. Facing a level 10 lightning element sorcery, the Northern Yi sacred leader did not dare to resist it with his body. He smiled ferociously. A huge yellow sword appeared in his hand. When the blue lightning bolt struck, he held the sword and slashed forward. Chapter 596. There was a sizzling sound. Under the slash of the huge earthy yellow sword, the torrent of thunder and lightning was like a piece of paper. It was directly cut into two halves and collapsed. "Die, human!" The Northern Yi sacred leader sneered. He took a big step forward and instantly closed the distance between him and Su Chen. The giant yellow sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc and swept toward Su Chen. Before the sword arrived, a terrifying sword intent swept toward Su Chen, creating a strong psychological pressure on Su Chen. At this critical moment, Su Chen snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, a five-colored mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the path of the giant yellow sword. There was a loud clang. The giant yellow sword slashed heavily on the primary 5 extremes mountain, causing the 5-colored flowing light to flicker and the whole mountain to tremble. The huge yellow sword was also sent flying into the air. The body of the sword trembled slightly, as if it was letting out a whine. "You have a sacred artifact." The Northern Yi sacred leader withdrew his giant sword and looked at the primary 5 extremes mountain with a serious expression. "Your giant sword should be a sacred artifact as well, right?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The giant yellow sword was able to make the primary 5 extremes mountain tremble with one attack. It was obviously a sacred artifact. The Northern Yi sacred lord snorted and secretly glanced around. When he saw that his subordinates were at an absolute disadvantage, a haze appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that his subordinates could kill Su Chen's spiritual pets and then kill Su Chen with him. He didn't expect that Su Chen's spiritual pets were all so powerful, especially that giant golden beetle. It was able to suppress a level 8 beast tamer and a level 8 mutant beast tamer all by itself. His strength was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. In addition, although the zombie glowing with golden light was only level 7, its body was as hard as steel. It could ignore any attacks and was able to defeat another level 8 beast tamer. Upon seeing this, the Northern East sacred leader knew he could not wait any longer. Once all of his subordinates were defeated and killed, he would be surrounded and killed. "Human, you do have some ability, but you're still far from being my match." Today, I'll show you what true power is. The sacred sovereign shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, black light flashed all over his body. In the blink of an eye, sharp black spikes appeared on his black scales. At the same time, a violent evil aura emanated from his body. The Beast Tamer clan's human-beast fusion technique. Chen Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw that the Northern Yi's sacred lord had transformed into a monster. It was rumored that the human-beast fusion technique was a forbidden technique of the Beast Tamers. By using this technique, he would merge himself with the mutated beast, and his strength would increase by more than twofold. However, their temperament would also change drastically, becoming incomparably murderous. No matter who it was, even if it was his clansmen, they would be mercilessly killed on the spot. It was also for this reason that the human-beast fusion technique was listed as a taboo technique by the Beast Tamers. "Brother Su, run!" Chen Feng roared loudly in desperation. At this moment, after using this technique, the Northern Yi sacred leader's strength had most likely reached level 10. Su Chen, who was originally able to deal with him, would definitely not be a match for him. However, Su Chen was unmoved. The Northern Yi sacred leader had his trump cards, but he had many more. No one had the right to make him escape. Chapter 597. Kakik. After the Northern Yi sacred lord cast the forbidden technique, he screamed and charged towards Su Chen with a gust of demonic wind. However, at this moment, Su Chen's body suddenly blurred. Then he split into two and then into four. In the blink of an eye, there were 10 shadows that looked exactly like Su Chen. Moreover, the aura of each shadow was no different from the real Su Chen. They were all level 8 cultivators. What kind of secret technique is this? When the Northern Yi sacred lord rushed over, he realized that he was surrounded by 11 shadows of Su Chen. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. One Su Chen was already enough for him to deal with. How powerful would the 11 of Su Chen be if they worked together? Junior brother Su still has such a trump card? Chen Feng was shocked beyond words. He thought that Su Chen's life was in danger this time. He did not expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had gained the upper hand. What terrifying strength! Xia Jingyi took a deep breath. She was also shocked by the strength that Su Chen had displayed. It was also the first time that the people on the intelligent chariot had seen Su Chen use such a technique. They were all surprised and excited. "I told you that you are a piece of trash in my eyes." Since the 10,000 lights 10 shadows killing technique could only last for 3 seconds, Su Chen snorted coldly. Then, the 11 shadows of him attacked at the same time. One shadow held the Prime 5 Extremes Mountain and smashed it down. Another shadow held the enchanted Divine Saber and slashed it in the air. Another shadow's palm glowed with a faint golden light as he punched out 100 golden shadows of his fists. The rest of the illusory figures each released a spell, which covered the sky and covered the earth, smashing toward the Northern Yi sacred lord. Su Chen's real body held the Chaos Skysplitter sword and slashed it down. A crack appeared in the void, and a black vortex that was about 10 feet wide appeared. It spun and fell toward the Northern Yi sacred lord. The corners of the Northern Yi's sacred lord's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with despair when he saw the terrifying attack that came from all directions. In the next moment, along with a series of earth-shaking explosions, the Northern Yi sacred lord's figure was completely engulfed by various attacks. In the end, he was reduced to nothingness, and not even a speck of dust was left behind. With a clang, the huge yellow sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Furthermore, thousands of shining shards appeared on the ground. It was also at this time that Su Chen's 10 phantoms dissipated. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and put the integrated primordial 5 poles mountain and the chaotic sky-splitting sword into his storage bag. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked around. With the death of the Northern Yi's sacred lord, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. All of the beast tamers looked at Su Chen in awe. Su Chen's strength was rarely seen in this world. He gave them the feeling that he was an unparalleled god of death, the embodiment of invincibility. The Holy Lord is dead. A feeling of fear spread among the beast tamers. When Su Chen's gaze fell on them, their mental defenses collapsed completely, and they fled for their lives. Leave one alive. Don't leave the rest alive. Su Chen ordered in an extremely cold voice. Kill! Chen Feng's spirits were lifted, and he was the first to give chase. The gold-devouring beetles and other spiritual pets were not willing to be left behind. Little Gold, seize the opportunity. Su Chen reminded the super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito. Then he joined the ranks of the beast tamers. The super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito understood immediately. There was still a level 8 mutated beast in the field. Su Chen wanted it to devour the blood of this level 8 mutated beast to advance. Naturally, it would not miss such a rare opportunity. Chapter 598. 10 minutes later, Su Chen returned from afar with the level 8 beast tamer. The rest of the beast tamers had all been killed. Su Chen threw the beast tamer to the ground and started collecting the fragments. He held the huge yellow sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. The huge yellow sword was definitely a divine weapon. Its value was self-evident. However, after all, it was something that had been used by others. Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable and did not intend to keep it for his own use. He wanted to modify it in the future or simply exchange it for something else. He put it in the storage pouch and started to search the corpses of the beast tamers. To his surprise, there were more or less blood gems on the bodies of the beast tamers above level 7. After collecting all of them, there were 50 blood gems. It would be enough to upgrade the intelligent chariot to level 7 and upgrade the quality of Qin Feng and Qin Feng's weapons. It was a pity that there was only one level 8 mutant beast, so he only obtained one level 8 energy stone. If he wanted to use the transmission formation to return to the human continent, he would have to kill 2 more level 8 mutant beasts. However, the harvest this time was enough to satisfy Su Chen. In addition to the thousands of fragments, there were 50 blood gems and a divine weapon huge sword. The super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito had also been upgraded to level 8. Later, Su Chen carried the beast tamer to the intelligent chariot with Chen Feng and Qin Feng. Brother Chen, here are 20 blood gems. Take them. Su Chen took out 20 blood gems and put them in Qin Feng's hand as soon as they got into the chariot. Brother Su, 15 blood gems are enough, Qin Feng declined. It was all thanks to Su Chen's help that they were able to escape from death. He was satisfied with 15 blood gems, but Su Chen gave him 20 blood gems at once, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Just take them. They won't be of much use to me if I keep them. Su Chen smiled and gave the blood gems to Qin Feng. Thank you, Brother Su. Qin Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Although he hadn't been in contact with Su Chen for a long time, he more or less understood Su Chen's temperament, so he didn't refuse anymore. After giving away the blood gems, Su Chen turned to the beast tamer and asked, "Why did you gather by the lake?" Since the Northern Yi Sacred Lord had brought a group of elites to the lake, he was definitely not here to sightsee. It was very likely that there was something extremely precious in that lake. The beast tamer tribe member knew that if he fell into Su Chen's hands, his life and death would no longer be in his control. In order to avoid torture, he might as well tell the truth. Senior, there is a level 9 mutated beast hidden in that lake. The Saint Lord wants to take it as a spirit pet. That's why it appeared there. Hearing this, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Level 9 mutant beasts were extremely rare. If they could capture one, it would definitely be a huge fortune. However, the mutant beasts in the water were not easy to catch. Furthermore, they had to make the best use of their time to hunt level 8 mutant beasts. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to this matter. Then Su Chen continued to ask, "Where are the level 8 mutant beasts around here?" He had learned from the level 7 beast tamer that there were many places with level 8 mutant beasts. However, that guy was very cunning. Su Chen didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not, so he wanted to verify it with the beast tamer. Senior, there are level 8 mutant beasts in the Falling Star Mountain Range and Langya City, the beast tamer answered honestly. Good. Su Chen nodded slightly and said sternly, You showed me the way. How dare you lie? I'll skin you alive. I wouldn't dare. The beast tamer trembled with fear. Chapter 599. After that, the intelligent war chariot drove straight to the Falling Star Mountain Range. After spending 2 days to reach the Falling Star Mountain Range, it took another half a month to finally find the traces of the level 8 mutated beast and kill it. As it was still short of a level 8 energy stone, the intelligent war chariot sped toward Langya City under Su Chen's instructions. The Falling Star Mountain Range was at least 7 days away from Langya City. Su Chen had nothing to do, so he pondered about leveling up his spiritual pets. So far, among his spiritual pets, other than the 3 mutated wolves, the highest level was the gold-devouring bug and the super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito, both of which had reached level 8. The lowest level was the heavenly overlord turtle and the flaming phoenix, which were only level 6. Level 6 was actually not low, but as Su Chen's strength continued to increase, the opponents he encountered were also getting stronger. The heavenly overlord turtle and the flaming phoenix were already a little strained. The flaming phoenix was still okay. After all, it was a holy demon tribe and had the power of the law of fire. Its strength was far beyond its peers, and it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary level 7 cultivator. However, the heavenly overlord turtle was not good. It was just a sea monster, and its defense was only a little stronger than those of the same level. If it did not hurry up and increase its cultivation, it would be useless like the 3 mutated wolves. Su Chen did not have a level 7 constitution potion in his storage bag. If he wanted to get one, he could only buy it from the Doomsday Mall. After a while, he opened the Doomsday Mall and saw that the level 7 constitution potion cost 2,000 energy points. Currently, he had more than 10,000 energy points. If he exchanged for 2 bottles of level 7 constitution potion, he would still have more than 6,000 energy points left. It was enough to buy the level 8 all attributes fragment. Su Chen did not hesitate. He exchanged for 2 bottles and sent them into the pet breeding space for the heavenly overlord turtle and the flaming phoenix to consume. After consuming the level 7 constitution potion, the 2 spiritual pets successfully leveled up to level 7. The 2 of them were very excited. Master, thank you. The raging flame phoenix sincerely expressed its gratitude to Su Chen. At that time, when Su Chen had accepted it as his spiritual pet, he had promised that he would help it improve its cultivation in a short time. Originally, it thought that it would be very good if it could improve its cultivation in a year, but it never thought that Su Chen could do it in less than a month. It was really pleasantly surprised. After the heavenly overlord tortoise and the flaming phoenix had leveled up, Su Chen's 4 soul pets and the diamond willow had all reached level 7. If they were to be ranked according to their combat strength, Su Chen felt that the gold-devouring beetles deserved to be ranked first. Ranked second was the Vajra willow, followed by the flaming phoenix, followed by the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito, and lastly, the heavenly overlord turtle. Of course, this was under the premise that their levels were different. If their levels were the same, the gold-devouring beetles and the diamond willow should be at the top. The flaming phoenix would be slightly inferior, and the heavenly overlord turtle would surpass the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito. With this kind of strength, even a level 9 cultivator would not be a match for it, Su Chen thought to himself. If the 4 soul pets and the diamond willow attacked a level 9 cultivator at the same time, they would definitely be able to kill him. Of course, the premise was that they had to kill an ordinary level 9 cultivator. It was impossible for them to kill a super expert like the Northern E Sacred Lord. Su Chen had personally experienced the strength of the Northern E Sacred Lord. If it were not for his many trump cards, he would have been killed by the Northern E Sacred Lord long ago. Su Chen even thought that even if the gold-devouring beetles had leveled up to level 9, they might not be a match for the Northern E Sacred Lord. At most, it would be a draw. Chapter 600. Su Chen suddenly thought that since the Sacred Lord of the Northern Continent was so powerful, then the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian, who was fighting with the Sacred Lord of the Northern Continent, was definitely not a simple person, right? Thinking of this, he closed the pet-raising space, looked at the level 8 Beast Tamer clansman, and asked in a low voice, "What's the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian's cultivation level?" Because he still needed the guidance of the Beast Tamer clansman to go to Langya City, he had not killed him. "Senior, the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian is a level 9 Spirit Reader," the Beast Tamer clansman replied truthfully. "A level 9 Spirit Reader." Su Chen's expression slightly froze. Among the three major professions, Spirit Readers' attacks were the most bizarre, especially those who had mastered secret spirit techniques. They were even more difficult to deal with. Pei Hai, the man from the God clan that Su Chen had met before, was a classic example. Moreover, because the cultivation of a spirit reader was extremely difficult, there were very few high-level spirit readers. It was unheard of for one to reach level 9. If the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian had also entered the Void Battleground and awakened a special ability, he would definitely be extremely terrifying. Su Chen could not help but be vigilant. Chen Feng, who was next to him, heard Su Chen asking about the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian and began to worry in his heart. He probed, "Brother Su, you're not thinking about the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian, are you?" Originally, he thought that he was bold enough to enter the Beast Tamer continent. But after meeting Su Chen, he knew what it meant to be bold. In Su Chen's eyes, it seemed that nothing could scare him. As long as he wanted to do something, no one could stop him. These days with Su Chen, Chen Feng spent every day on tenterhooks. This time, he also thought that Su Chen was going to make a move on the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian. Su Chen smiled. "Don't worry, I don't have time to deal with the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian for the time being." After all, the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian was not an ordinary person. There was no need to provoke him now. Moreover, he was in a hurry to return to the human continent. Hearing this, Chen Feng heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. Although they encountered many members of the Beast Tamer clan, Su Chen didn't make a move to avoid alerting them. Due to their leisure time, everyone gathered together to play landlord and listen to music and gradually became familiar with each other. On the 7th day, Langya City finally appeared on the central control screen. After finding Langya City, there was no need to keep the Beast Tamer alive. He was killed by Su Chen as soon as possible. "Brother Su, Langya City doesn't look small. There must be many experts inside. How are we going to kill that level 8 mutated beast?" Chen Feng asked. With Su Chen's strength, killing a level 8 mutated beast would be a piece of cake. He was not worried about this at all. What he was worried about was that once he alerted the other party and scared them away, it would be a little troublesome to hunt them down again. Su Chen had already thought about it and had a countermeasure. He said, "When we reach Langya City, I will go there alone secretly." How did he steal? Chen Feng was a little confused. The Beast Tamer clan and humans were very different in terms of body shape and appearance. Once Su Chen showed himself, he would definitely be discovered. How could he sneak into Langya City then? Su Chen would not be stupid enough to enter through the city gate. He could totally fly in from the sky. Of course, the premise was that he had to lock onto the level 8 mutated beast's exact location. Then, Su Chen ordered the intelligent chariot, Satoshi, search for the level 8 mutated beast's location in Langya City. Chapter 601. After more than 10 seconds, the intelligent war chariot replied, "Master, there are no level 8 mutated beasts in Langya City." Su Chen's brows furrowed. If there were no level 8 mutated beasts, wouldn't this trip be in vain? Was there no level 8 mutated beasts in Langya City? Or did they get some news and run away in advance? "Brother Su, what should we do next?" Chen Feng asked with a heavy expression. Without any level 8 mutated beasts to kill, It undoubtedly slowed down the pace of developing the human continent. He was not in a good mood. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Langya City, his thoughts slowly turning. If it were any other time, he would definitely enter the city and slaughter them. But now, he was still looking for level 8 mutated beasts, so he gave up on this idea. Let's go to Yulong City to try our luck. Su Chen sighed. Previously, he had obtained information from the level 7 beast tamer. There was a level 8 beast tamer and a level 8 mutated beast in Yulong City, but they were a little far away. Moreover, after the incident in Langya City, he was not sure if there was a level 8 mutated beast in Yulong City. Satoshi, search for the nearby beast tamers, Su Chen ordered. Since he did not know the specific location of Yulong City, he could only capture a few beast tamers as guides. Master, I found a beast tamer and an undead coming towards us, the intelligent war chariot suddenly said. How did the beast tamer and the undead get together? Su Chen was quite surprised and asked, Satoshi, what are their cultivation levels? The beast tamer is a level 9 spirit reader, and the undead is a level 9 evolver. They also have a level 8 mutated beast, the intelligent war chariot replied. 2 level 9 cultivators. Everyone in the car was shocked when they heard that. Even Su Chen's eyelids twitched. If it was 1 level 9 cultivator, he would not be afraid at all. But if there were 2 of them, it would be a little tricky. More importantly, there was a level 9 spirit reader. Could it be the sacred lord of Nanman? Su Chen's eyelids twitched. As far as he knew, there was only 1 level 9 spirit reader in the beast continent, and that was the sacred lord of Nanman. Was the other party just passing by? Or were they here specifically for him? Brother Su, let's leave quickly. Chen Feng was extremely anxious. The appearance of 2 level 9 cultivators at the same time gave him a lot of mental pressure. Su Chen, why don't we avoid them for now? Wu Yang also tried to persuade him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, and said indifferently, the other side has a level 8 mutated beast. Level 8 mutated beasts were extremely rare and difficult to find. Now that he had finally encountered one, he did not want to give up on this opportunity. The other party is 2 level 9 cultivators. Chen Feng's mouth trembled. He knew that Su Chen had set his eyes on the level 8 mutated beast. If that was the case, he would have to go head-to-head with 2 level 9 cultivators. Wasn't that too crazy? Su Chen did not say anything. Instead, he turned to the central control screen and said in a low voice, Satoshi, lock onto those 2 people and zoom in on the image. The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, a large tiger with a body as big as a mountain appeared. On its back stood a slender, handsome middle-aged man and a fat, dark-skinned old man. It was obvious that the large tiger was a level 8 mutated beast. The handsome man was a level 9 spirit reader from the beast continent, and the dark-skinned old man was a level 9 undead clan evolver. Chapter 602. Satoshi, are they coming for us? Su Chen asked after taking a look. Yes, and they will encounter us soon, the intelligent war vehicle quickly replied. Su Chen was a little puzzled. He hadn't killed anyone from the Beast Tamer clan recently, and his whereabouts were very secretive. How did they find him? Since he couldn't figure out the reason, he didn't think too much about it. He said to everyone, stay in the car later. At level 9, even Qin Feng and Xia Jingyi couldn't join in. Brother Su, are we really going to fight them head-on? Qin Feng asked worriedly. They are coming for us. We can't leave even if we want to, Su replied with a smile. Su replied with a smile, opened the door, and got out of the car. But at this moment, the big multicolored tiger carrying the 2 level 9 cultivators had already arrived in front of them. Roar! The big multicolored tiger stopped 10 meters away from Su Chen, opened its bloody mouth, and roared. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept forward, causing Su Chen's clothes to flutter. I'll skin you alive later. Su Chen snorted and waved his hand to disperse the gust of wind. He turned to look at the 2 men on the tiger's back and said indifferently, Are the 2 of you here to find me? You've caused havoc on the continent of the Beast Tamer clan and killed many of our clansmen. Of course, I'm here to find you. The man from the Beast Tamer clan sneered. It seems that you are the sacred leader of the Southern Barbarian clan. Su Chen muttered and said in a low voice, I'm a little curious. How did you find me? The sacred leader of the Southern Barbarian clan didn't hide anything and said bluntly, I have spies on your tour bus, but it seems that you have killed them. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly. The man from the Beast Tamer clan who was killed usually looked honest, but he must have used some unknown method to leave clues. However, the man from the Beast Tamer clan was clearly a subordinate of the sacred leader of the Northern Barbarian clan, but he left clues for the sacred leader of the Southern Barbarian clan. It was obvious that the sacred leader of the Southern Barbarian clan had planted a spy beside the sacred leader of the Northern Barbarian clan. Human, why are you only level 7? The undying race, who had not spoken all this while, suddenly exclaimed softly after sensing the aura emitted by Su Chen. Previously, they had received news that the Northern Continent's sacred lord had most likely died at the hands of this young human. However, given how powerful the Northern East Sacred Lord was, one would need to be at least level 9 to kill him, right? And Su Chen was clearly only level 7. How did he do it? Could it be that he had a powerful helper? Thinking of this, the undead race shifted their gaze to the intelligent war chariot, instinctively thinking that the master was hiding in the chariot. Hearing this, the Southern Barbarian sacred leader frowned slightly. He had been at odds with the Northern East Sacred Lord for hundreds of years, so he knew better than anyone how powerful the Sacred Lord was. How could a mere level 7 cultivator kill the Sacred Lord? What a joke! In this way, his thoughts were the same as those of the undead race. Su Chen definitely had powerful helpers by his side. You two don't think too much. The Northern East Sacred Lord did die at my hands. Su Chen curled his lips and chuckled. I don't have any enmity with the two of you. If you leave this big tiger behind, I can consider sparing your lives. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi sucked in a breath of cold air. In the face of two level 9 powerhouses, not only was Su Chen not afraid, but he also used words to humiliate them. He was simply too arrogant. Chen Feng even thought that if he had been one of the level 9 powerhouses, he would not have let Su Chen off the hook for such humiliation. Chapter 603. The Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian and the undead race looked at each other and laughed wildly. A mere level 7 cultivator dared to threaten them in front of them. How arrogant! How ridiculous! After a long time, the laughter stopped. The undead race looked at Su Chen with interest and snorted. Boy, you'd better call out the powerhouse behind you, or you won't have a chance. Su Chen rubbed his nose and nodded. Since you insist, I'll satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, and the 4 spiritual pets and the diamond willow appeared beside him at the same time. Spiritual pets and zombies. Are these your trump cards? The undead race was stunned. Su Chen had summoned a lot of helpers, but the highest level was only level 8. Did he want to use the advantage of numbers to deal with them? They were all super powerhouses among level 9, and ordinary level 9 cultivators could not compare to them. In the face of opponents weaker than them, they could probably kill them in one move. Therefore, he could not understand Su Chen's approach. He even wondered if the Sacred Lord of the Northern Barbarian was killed by Su Chen. Did you see that? This guy looks down on you. Prove it to him. Su Chen pointed at the undead race and said indifferently, the Flaming Phoenix was a proud guy. How could they be easily humiliated by others? The 4 spiritual pets and the diamond willow were furious. They set off a monstrous anger and rushed toward the undead race. What a strong aura! The undead race clicked his tongue and stopped looking down on them. He fought with the 4 spiritual pets and the diamond willow. Su Chen knew that with the strength of the 4 spiritual pets and the diamond willow, even if they could not kill the undead race, it would not be a problem to hold them back. Therefore, he turned his gaze to the Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarian and smiled contemptuously. Since you took the initiative to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed under his feet, and he rushed toward the sacred lord of the southern barbarian. You're courting death. The southern barbarian's sacred lord's expression turned ferocious. He flipped his hand and slapped. An invisible force swept forward like a vast ocean. From his point of view, Su Chen was only level 7. Daring to take the initiative to attack him was simply courting death. When Su Chen felt a violent force crushing over, he did not hesitate to use the Atlas shape-shifting technique and released his mental power. The two spiritual forces collided violently, and a distorted scene appeared in the void. However, it only lasted for a few breaths of time before Su Chen's spiritual power was defeated. As if he had expected this, Su Chen did not panic and casually waved his hand. Mu Ran saw a small 5-colored mountain appear in front of him, blocking all of the mental power that was rushing towards him. Sacred Artifact. The southern barbarian's sacred lord's expression became abnormally solemn as he re-examined Su Chen. Although Su Chen was only level 7, after using the shape-shifting technique, his cultivation instantly soared to level 8. His spiritual power was far beyond his peers, and he also had a sacred artifact. With so many means, he was indeed qualified to wrestle with the sacred lord. Human, I've seen your trump card. Now, it's time for you to see mine. The southern barbarian's sacred lord's expression was solemn. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from his eyes. It shot into the air and quickly merged with the spiritual power. Then, it swept towards Su Chen again. Su Chen was not careless. He controlled the primary 5 extremes mountain and smashed it forward. The void shook violently as if something had been smashed. The next moment, Su Chen only felt a blur before his eyes. The scene around him changed rapidly, and he appeared in a barren desert. Chapter 604. Illusion. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. It was his first time encountering such a strange attack method. Kid, you've entered my illusion formation. No matter how powerful you are, you'll die here today. Suddenly, the southern barbarian holy lord's voice floated into Su Chen's ears. You want to trap me with a mere illusion formation? Su Chen smiled contemptuously and raised his hand to shoot out a thunderstorm spell. There was a loud boom. Lightning flashed in the desert not far away, and gravel flew everywhere. The scene in front of him blurred for a moment, but soon returned to normal. You want to break the illusion formation with just you? Dream on. The southern barbarian holy lord's mocking laughter echoed again. Su Chen did not believe it. He released a few more spells and caused quite a commotion, but he still could not break the illusion in front of him. Interesting. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and his mind raced. In the next moment he used Meteoric Rise, stepped on the void, and flew straight up. However, after flying up for a few hundred meters, he was surprised to find that the desert was still in front of him. Don't waste your time. You can't escape from me. Just accept your fate. Faint ripples appeared in the air, and soon the southern barbarian holy lord's shadow appeared. At this moment, his eyes were ferocious, and there was a mocking smile on his face. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and shot out Pegasus Meteor Punch, shattering the southern barbarian holy lord's shadow. But soon, on the other side, the southern barbarian holy lord's shadow appeared again and sneered, "Come on, keep hitting me." Su Chen did not continue to attack. The southern barbarian holy lord's goal was to exhaust his stamina. When his stamina was exhausted, the southern barbarian holy lord would definitely attack him. He would not let the southern barbarian holy lord's scheme succeed. After pondering for a while, Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "You must have consumed a lot of energy to use this kind of illusion technique, right?" The southern barbarian holy master could only trap him for a while at most. Since he couldn't do any harm to him, he might as well drag it out with the southern barbarian holy master and see who could outlast the other. Aren't you worried that your spirit pet will be killed? The sacred master of Nanman reminded him. Just as Su Chen had said, using the heaven-mystifying illusionary formation consumed a lot of energy. Even with his level 9 cultivation, he could not support it for long. If Su Chen chose to continue wasting time, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Su Chen sneered, "You should worry about your undead friend. If the 4 great spiritual pets and the diamond willow together couldn't deal with a level 9 cultivator, then there was no need to nurture them." After hearing Su Chen's words, the Sacred Lord's expression darkened. Su Chen couldn't see the situation outside, but he knew it clearly. At this time, the undead race was already showing fatigue under the siege of many spirit pets. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Once the undead clansmen were chased away or killed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, he couldn't wait for this to happen. Only by killing Su Chen as soon as possible could he reverse the situation. "You want to drag it out with the king? Wishful thinking. Then I'll kill you immediately." The southern barbarian holy master laughed sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire shadow exploded, turning into small fragments that sank into the desert. Then the entire desert trembled violently. Then figures of different sizes drilled out of the sand. "Su Chen, give me your life." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the mouth of a giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Su Chen glanced over. When he saw the other party's appearance, his eyelids twitched, and he cried out, "Li Liang." Chapter 605. Su Chen saw clearly that this giant was Li Liang after his transformation. But Li Liang had clearly been killed by him. Why would he appear here? Could it be an illusion? While Su Chen was guessing, several more voices sounded in his ears. "Human, I want revenge." The speaker was the level 8 evolutionary from the Qingshi clan whom he had killed in the Sea of Tranquility. "Su Chen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." A giant golden dragon was flying in the air. It was the venerable dragon carving. At the same time, the humans, aliens, mutant beasts, and zombies that he had killed appeared one by one in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the entire desert was filled with figures. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they were so densely packed that there was no end to them. "Do you think you can do anything to me just by making these illusions?" Su Chen looked calm as he laughed contemptuously. He instinctively thought that these were all illusions. Illusions were not offensive, so they could not hurt him. "You're too naive. I'll let you have a taste of being torn to pieces." The Sacred Lord of the Southern Barbarians sneered and then shouted coldly, "Let's go together and kill your enemy." Kill. The world was completely filled with shouts of killing. Su Chen suddenly felt that he was locked on by several fierce gazes. Before he could react, a giant yellow sword suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding a terrifying killing intent. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart, giving him a strong sense of danger. Su Chen did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and used the primary 5 extremes mountain to block in front of him. There was a loud bang. The giant yellow sword and the primary 5 extremes mountain collided, and they both flew backward. The Sacred Lord of the Northern Barbarian Tribe? When he saw that the attacker was the Sacred Lord of the Northern Barbarian Tribe whom he had killed a few days ago, Su Chen frowned deeply. At this moment, he had realized that these people who crawled out of the desert were not illusions at all. They all had offensive power. "Human, I want revenge. I'll kill you." A bloodthirsty smile flashed across the Northern Yi's Sacred Lord's face. He gripped the huge yellow sword with both hands and charged towards Su Chen again. At the same time, the others also charged towards Su Chen. All kinds of attacks were like raindrops, completely drowning Su Chen. Su Chen snorted coldly and did not dodge, allowing them to smash towards him. With the ancient god-fiend body, he was immune to all attacks of the same level. Apart from the Sacred Lord of Bai, no one else could hurt him at all. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of explosions, all the attacks that landed on Su Chen's body were bounced away. How is this possible? Faced with this strange scene, the sacred leader of the Southern Barbarian cried out in alarm. Summoning phantom spirits in the disorienting spirit array to kill the enemy was his strongest trump card. But at the same time, the price to pay was extremely high. This was because summoning the phantom required extremely strong spiritual power as a foundation, and his spiritual power was not enough to do so. He could only do it with a broken spiritual power sacred artifact. This sacred artifact could only be used once at most, and it could only last for a dozen breaths at most. If he could not kill Su Chen within this period of time, it could really be said that he had suffered a double loss. Kill him for me. The sacred leader of the southern barbarian had no time to waste. In a hurry, he roared loudly at the sacred lord of Bai. At this time, the sacred lord of Bai had already rushed in front of Su Chen. Just as he was about to swing his sword down with both hands, he saw a blur in front of him, and Su Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? The sacred lord of Bai roared and turned around to look for Su Chen's whereabouts. Soon he found Su Chen. However, at this time, Su Chen was not alone. Instead, he was standing with 10 identical phantoms. Chapter 606. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. A cold shout came from Su Chen's main body. As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 Su Chens attacked the sacred lord together. The attack of one Su Chen was enough to overturn rivers and seas. The lethality of the 11 of them working together was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the Northern Yi's sacred lord was blasted into smithereens and turned into nothingness. At the same time, there were continuous cracking sounds all around, like glass breaking. The next moment, there was a crisp sound. The scene in front of him changed. When his vision became clear, Su Chen had already returned to reality. Is that all your trump cards? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sacred lord of the southern barbarian. Why are you so powerful? The sacred lord of the southern barbarian swayed slightly and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, his breathing was chaotic, his face was pale, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. You actually broke the disorienting spirit array. The undying tribesman, who was still fighting with a group of spirit pets, saw Su Chen appear in front of him unscathed, and a look of extreme horror appeared on his face. He had personally experienced the power of the disorienting spirit array. When he was sparring with the sacred lord of the southern barbarian, he was trapped in it and could not extricate himself. With his level 9 cultivation, he could not break free from it. Instead, Su Chen, whose cultivation was lower than his, did it, which made him feel extremely incredulous. At the same time, he also realized that if he did not escape as soon as possible, he would definitely die here. With this thought in mind, the undying tribesman emitted a monstrous aura of death, forcing the spirit pets to retreat and shoot toward the rear. Want to escape? Su Chen snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the sacred lord of the southern barbarian. He ordered the spirit pets, capture that guy. If he dares to resist, execute him on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he killed the big tiger with a punch. Then, purple light flashed under his feet, and he turned into a graceful swan and chased after the undying tribesman. After receiving Su Chen's order, the group of spirit pets and Vajra Willow frantically pounced on the southern barbarian's sacred lord. The pitiful sacred lord of the southern barbarian was seriously injured after the illusion formation was broken. He basically lost his combat power. How could he be a match for the 4 great spiritual pets? Very soon he was pressed to the ground. It was unknown how many bones in his body were smashed, and he screamed again and again. On the other side, when the undead tribesmen saw that they could not escape from Su Chen's pursuit, they gritted their teeth and turned around to attack Su Chen. A stream of death energy surged towards Su Chen, quickly engulfing Su Chen. Seeing this, the undying race was overjoyed. The undead's strongest attack was their death aura. At level 9, the death aura was even more vicious. Even a level 10 cultivator would not dare to touch it casually. Su Chen was only level 8, yet he did not dodge. He was simply courting death. The undead tribesmen even thought that when Su Chen rushed out of the death aura, he might have become a zombie and become their prisoner. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Su Chen had the ancient god-fiend body and could ignore any poison in the world. How could a mere death aura do anything to him? The next moment, Su Chen rushed out of the death aura and immediately released his mental strength to wrap around the undead tribesman. How is this possible? Seeing that Su Chen did not show any signs of transforming into a zombie, the undead tribesmen were inexplicably horrified, and their hearts trembled violently. Just as they reacted and were about to escape, they found that they were trapped in a swamp, and all their movements became sluggish. Chapter 607. You're also a spirit reader, Master. The undead clan member's expression changed, and he struggled desperately. When he finally broke free from the invisible force binding him, Su Chen was already in front of him. A pitch-black sword slashed down from the sky. Space was instantly torn apart, and a black vortex that was around 3 meters in size appeared. It turned slightly and enveloped the undead clan member. In the horrifying sound of bones breaking, the undead clan member let out a cry of despair, and then his whole body was torn into pieces. Suddenly, hundreds of shining fragments slowly fell from the sky. Su Chen collected the fragments and quickly returned to the original place. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi saw that the danger was over and walked down from the intelligent war chariot. Coming to Su Chen's side, Chen Feng asked softly, "Brother Su, is there anything we need to do?" "You guys deal with that big tiger," Su Chen replied. That colorful tiger was a level 8 mutated beast. Normal people wouldn't be able to deal with it. And he still had something to ask the southern barbarian Holy Lord, so he let Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi do it. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi didn't say anything. They walked forward and began to deal with the colorful tiger's body. "Senior, do you think a level 10 cultivator would be a match for junior brother Su?" Xia Jingyi asked softly as she cut the tiger's skin. Chen Feng stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Mo with admiration. He sighed and said, "Junior brother Su has so many trump cards, especially the incarnation technique that he used at the end. It's so powerful that a normal level 10 cultivator would not be a match for him. I'm afraid that only those level 10 cultivators would be able to compete with him." Hearing this, Xia Jingyi was stunned. She clicked her tongue and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't junior brother Su be the strongest person below the sage stage?" Thinking that Su Chen was only 17 years old and was only level 7, Xia Jingyi's breathing almost stopped. Chen Feng nodded. Even if junior brother Su isn't the strongest person below the sage stage, there wouldn't be more than 5 people who could defeat him. Su Chen was still very young. There was unlimited room for improvement. Once he reached level 9, no one below saint level would be his match. "Senior brother, do you think that with junior brother Su's talent, it's already impossible for him to advance to the saint stage?" Xia Jingyi asked softly. The main reason why the human race was weak was that no one had reached the saint level in the past 10,000 years. This time, the status of the human race was getting lower and lower. If Su Chen could advance to the saint level, he would definitely change the situation of the human race. Perhaps, it would even be possible for the human race to regain its glory 10,000 years ago. Thinking up to this point, Xia Jingyi started to look forward to Su Chen. Saint level? Chen Feng's expression froze as he exchanged glances with Xia Jingyi. In the past 10,000 years, the human race had not produced a new saint, but with Su Chen's talent, he was very confident. Seemingly having seen through the other party's thoughts, Chen Feng and Zhang Xian were astonished. On the other side, Su Chen had already begun interrogating the sacred lord of Nanman. "Tell me, why are you and the undead race chasing after me?" Su Chen still didn't understand this point. Logically speaking, he killed the sacred lord of Bai, which could be considered as helping the sacred lord of Nanman. Even if the other party didn't thank him, they shouldn't be chasing after him. The sacred lord of Nanman glanced at Su Chen. His eyes were full of contempt. He ignored Su Chen's words and kept his mouth shut. Seeing this, Su Chen rubbed his nose and called out to Chao Ran, "Chao Ran, torture him." The best way to deal with a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water was to resort to torture. Chapter 608. Chao Ran quickly approached and asked for Su Chen's opinion before he started. "Chingu, do you want to gouge out his eyeballs first or cut him into 1,000 pieces?" Su Chen glanced at the southern barbarian holy lord with a cold glint in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Cut him into 1,000 pieces." "Understood." Chao Ran licked his lips and took out the netherworld dagger. Because of his previous experience, his movements were very skillful. In the blink of an eye, he cut off a thin piece of flesh from the southern barbarian holy lord. The southern barbarian holy lord was a level 9 powerhouse, but he was only a spirit reader master. His body was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. If it was a level 9 evolver, Chao Ran wouldn't be able to do anything. Su Chen looked on coldly and quietly appreciated the scene. Chao Ran had no other thoughts. He put all his attention on the dagger and carefully cut the flesh. Sizzle, with the sound of flesh being cut, there were hundreds of pieces of flesh piled up on the ground. The southern barbarian holy lord's entire right arm was badly mutilated and dripping with blood. It looked extremely horrifying. When Qin Feng and Xia Jingyi saw this, their scalps went numb. Although they had killed many people, it was the first time they saw such a method of cutting flesh. They couldn't help but feel disgusted. As for the southern barbarian holy lord, he could still grit his teeth and endure at first. But as the flesh on his body was cut off piece by piece, his mental defense finally collapsed. He roared angrily at Su Chen, "Human, you're a devil. If you have the ability, give me a quick death." Su Chen curled his lips and said mockingly, "I still have 99 ways to torture people. Cutting them into 1,000 pieces is just the appetizer. You must hold on." "There are 99 other ways to torture people?" The southern barbarian holy lord's face completely changed. If he could, he really wanted to die. However, his mental strength had already collapsed, and he was under the control of Su Chen. Even if he wanted to die, he could not. He could only watch as his flesh was cut off piece by piece. Not many people could withstand this kind of torture. Even he, who had reached level 9, could not withstand it. After Chao Ran finished cutting off the flesh on the South Barbarian's Sacred Lord's arm, he turned to the South Barbarian's Sacred Lord's face. Buzz. With a slight sound of flesh being pierced, a long bloody wound appeared on the Southern Barbarian's Sacred Lord's face. Bright red blood flowed out and dyed half of his face red. Chao Ran waved the dagger in his hand as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Then he struck again. Buzz. A large piece of flesh fell off the Sacred Lord's face. The intense pain deeply stimulated the southern barbarian's sacred leader's nerves. At this moment he finally couldn't bear it and roared, "Stop, I'll talk. And here I was wondering how tough your bones were." Su Chen snorted and motioned for Chao Ran to stop. Chao Ran spat and stood up beside Su Chen. However, he still stared at the southern barbarian's sacred lord. If the southern barbarian's sacred lord did not know what was good for him, he would continue to torture him. "Our ancestor told me to kill you." The southern barbarian's sacred lord was like a deflated balloon as he spoke weakly. "What's the background of your ancestor?" Su Chen asked in a deep voice. The southern barbarian's sacred lord was the strongest person in the imperial beast continent. If the ancestor could order him around, he must have a strong background. "Our ancestor is an existence beyond level 10. The southern barbarian's sacred lord replied truthfully. "Saint level?" Su Chen was shocked. Although he had never fought with a saint-level powerhouse, he knew very well that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for a saint-level powerhouse. Chapter 609. Why did your ancestors send you to kill me? Su Chen asked with a frown. Logically speaking, he had kept a low profile in the Imperial Beast continent and had not massacred anyone. How did he attract the wrath of the Imperial Beast continent's ancestor? Because you killed the sacred leader of Bai. The sacred leader of Nanman replied and then explained, "The sacred leader of Bai and I are the ancestor's direct disciples. We were arranged by him to manage the Imperial Beast continent. You killed the ancestor's people, so he naturally wants to take revenge on you." The sacred leader of Nanman's explanation was more thorough, but he also mentioned his identity intentionally or unintentionally. His purpose was to tell Su Chen that he was the direct disciple of a saint-level powerhouse. Would he still dare to kill him? Hearing this, Su Chen pondered. The dignity of a saint-level powerhouse was not to be blasphemed. He killed the direct disciple of a saint-level powerhouse, so it was reasonable for him to be retaliated against. However, he did not understand. Since the sacred leader of Nanman was already angry, why didn't he kill him himself? Wouldn't that be more confident? Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked calmly, "Why didn't your ancestor do it himself?" The sacred leader of Nanman hesitated for a moment. His eyes rolled and he replied, "The ancestor is at the critical moment of breaking through in seclusion. He won't delay his cultivation for someone like you." "Is that so?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the sacred leader of Nanman's words were somewhat convincing. However, judging from his expression, he vaguely felt that the sacred leader of Nanman was not telling the truth. "Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you," the sacred leader of Nanman vowed solemnly. Su Chen curled his lips and winked at Chao Ran. Chao Ran understood tacitly. He took out his dagger and cut again. The sacred leader of Nanman screamed and begged Su Chen for mercy. "Senior, what I said is true." Su Chen turned a deaf ear and remained unmoved. Whether it was true or not, he did not lose anything anyway. "Old thing, if you don't tell the truth, I'll torture you to death." Chao Ran cursed as he waved his blade. In just a short while, half of the southern barbarian's sacred lord's face was already badly mutilated. Just as Chao Ran was about to cut the other side of the southern barbarian's sacred master's face, the southern barbarian's sacred master couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. "Senior, I said I won't lie to you anymore." Su Chen's face darkened and his voice was as cold as ice. "This is your last chance." The south barbarian's sacred lord trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Existences above level 10 can't enter the continent as they please. Even if they enter, their cultivation will be suppressed." As soon as he finished speaking, his heart was filled with despair. He had already lost the desire to live. This was because he knew very well that with Su Chen's ruthlessness, he would definitely not let him off after learning about this. Moreover, telling the truth was tantamount to betraying the patriarch. The Beast Tamer clan would no longer have a place on the continent. Their grand ancestor would not let him go either. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This news was too important for him. Saint-level powerhouses couldn't enter the continent as they please. Didn't that mean that no matter which continent he was on, he would be in existence that could do whatever he wanted? Of course, whether this news was true or not was not 100% certain. Why can't existences above level 10 enter the continent as they please? Su Chen asked coldly. The sacred lord of the southern barbarian sighed and replied weakly, "Rumor has it that once an existence above level 10 enters the continent, they will be attacked by the power of the realm. Unless they suppress their cultivation to within level 10, they will be annihilated." Chapter 610. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. A saint-level existence already knew how to use the power of heaven and earth. Their attack power must have reached a terrifying level. If a saint-level expert fought on the continent, the earth would shatter and the earth would shatter. It would be easy to destroy the entire continent. The planets of all races had existed for tens of thousands of years and had yet to disappear. This showed that the power of the domain did limit the power of a saint-level expert. On the other hand, the Nanman sacred leader was not lying this time. Saint-level experts could not enter the continent at will. To be more precise, they did not dare to enter the continent at will. Outside the continent, they had the power to destroy the world. Once they entered the continent, their cultivation would be suppressed and there was a possibility of being killed. How could a saint-level expert, who had lived for so many years, not risk his life? Why would he risk his life? After figuring out what was going on, there was no need for the Nanman's sacred leader to stay. Su Chen punched out, smashing his head into pieces. Suddenly, a piece of shimmering debris emerged from the Nanman's sacred leader's body. After collecting the debris, Su Chen went straight to Chen Feng and Chen Hao to help them deal with the big multicolored tiger's body. After digging out the energy stones, he dismembered the big multicolored tiger and put it in the storage pouch. Su Chen and the others returned to the intelligent war chariot. After taking out some tiger meat and giving it to Yang Hao to barbecue, Su Chen turned to Chen Feng and said, "Brother Chen, do you know the specific location of the transmission formation?" Now that they had collected all the level 8 energy stones, it was time to leave the beast continent and return to the human continent. The transmission formation is on an inconspicuous island. I left a mark on it so I can sense it, Chen Feng replied with certainty. This time, he had not only obtained the blood gems but also made friends with a talented super expert like Su Chen. He was satisfied with his harvest and wanted to return to the human continent as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, Brother Chen, for guiding us. Su Chen nodded slightly. It would take about 10 days to reach the transmission formation from here. However, the intelligent war chariot was equipped with blood gems and upgraded to level 7. Its abilities had been greatly enhanced, and its speed had soared to 800 miles per hour. Thus, a journey that would have taken 10 days was completed in only 6 days. When the intelligent chariot arrived at an unknown sea area, Chen Feng reminded him, "Su Chen, if we want to cross the sea area and reach the island, we need to make a bigger wooden boat." More than a dozen people and the intelligent war chariot wanted to cross the sea. If the wooden boat was too small, it would not be able to fit them. Su Chen smiled. "There's no need to trouble yourself. Just let Satoshi drive us there." Could the MCV sail in the sea? Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were stunned. Su Chen did not explain further. He instructed the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, change form and prepare to enter the sea." Intelligent war chariot responded. Crack, crack, crack. It began to change. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a war chariot into a silver-white cruise ship. Seeing this, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi opened their mouths wide and were speechless for a long time. "Let's go. Let's get on the ship," Su Chen said and took the lead to set off. Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi came back to their senses and followed closely behind. On the ship, Chen Feng walked up to Su Chen and whispered, "Brother Su, was your MCV built by Master Wu Yazi?" Wu Yazi's refining skills had reached the point of perfection, and he had also once forged an amphibious transportation tool. However, he had never heard of a vehicle that could change form at will like the intelligent war chariot. Chapter 611. Wu Yazi, Su Chen muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Senior Brother Chen, is the Master Wu Yazi you mentioned the one from Xixia Valley in the Pleasant Wind Dynasty?" "That's right." Chen Feng replied affirmatively. Then he asked, "Brother Su, do you know Master Wu Yazi?" Su Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "I've only heard of him." He knew about Wu Yazi because Shen Mengfei once said that the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree was exchanged with Wu Yazi. His main purpose of going to the mysterious heavenly mainland was also for the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree. "If I can return to the mysterious heavenly mainland smoothly, I plan to visit Master Wu Yazi in Xixia Valley. If Brother Su has a weapon to forge, we can go together," Chen Feng suggested. Not only was Wu Yazi famous in the Pleasant Wind Dynasty, but he could also be considered a top blacksmith in the entire mysterious heavenly mainland. Apart from paying a visit, his trip to Xixia Valley was more to upgrade his weapon through Wu Yazi. Of course, people like Su Chen who had a saint weapon might not necessarily be interested in Wu Yazi's craftsmanship. He was just casually mentioning it. "I happen to want to forge a weapon. I've been wanting to visit Master Wu Yazi for a long time," Su Chen said with a smile. Other than the matter of the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree, he had to make a trip to Xixia Valley. He also remembered that he had the demon core of the evil birth fruit tree. He originally wanted to forge it into a weapon. Also, he wanted to see if he could modify the giant yellow sword he took from the Northern Yi's sacred lord. "That's great. Then I can travel with Brother Su again. Chen Feng was overjoyed. After interacting with Su Chen for a few days, he deeply understood that Su Chen was definitely a friend worth making. Therefore, he wanted to use this time to get closer to Su Chen. Now that Wu Yazi's matter had come to an end, Su Chen asked, "Senior Brother Cheng, which part of the human clan's mainland is the teleportation formation connected to?" It would be best if he could directly teleport to the mysterious heavenly mainland. However, if he was teleported to an island outside of the mysterious heavenly mainland, he would have to go through another teleportation before he could enter the mysterious heavenly mainland. This would waste a lot of time. The teleportation location is in a mountain range on Chongshu Island, Chen Feng said. Chongshu Island. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered. He had heard about Chongshu Island from Han Sanqian. There was also a teleportation formation on the island that led to the mysterious heavenly mainland. Although he still had to go through another teleportation, it was still pretty good compared to other islands that didn't have a teleportation array. Brother Su, which island is your hometown? Chen Feng asked curiously. He only knew that Su Chen was not from the mysterious heavenly mainland. As for which island he came from, he had never asked. Thousand Feather Island. Su Chen didn't hide it. Thousand Feather Island. Chen Feng muttered, secretly thinking that if he had the opportunity, he must go to Thousand Feather Island to experience it. He wanted to see what kind of island could produce a monster like Su Chen. After that, everyone found a place to rest. The intelligent war chariot sailed in the direction that Chen Feng had pointed out. At noon the next day, they boarded the small island where the teleportation formation was located. Brother Su, the teleportation formation is in the center of the small island. We have to walk there, Chen Feng reminded him. The small island was not very big, but there were many mountains and rocks. There was no road at all. The intelligent war chariot could not pass through. No need to trouble yourself. You can guide the way and let Satoshi fly us there, Su Chen said lightly. He had not flown the intelligent war chariot since it was activated. He had long wanted to see it, and now was the perfect opportunity. Chapter 612. Flyover? At this moment, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Su Chen didn't explain much and ordered the intelligent chariot, "Satoshi, turn on the flying function." The intelligent chariot received the order, and with a click, it changed from a cruise ship to a spaceship. That's awesome. Seeing that the intelligent chariot had changed into a new form, everyone was amazed. Let's go. Su Chen was the first to board the spaceship. The others followed behind Su Chen. Can it fly? Chen Feng was still a little uncertain. The interior of the intelligent chariot that had transformed into a spaceship didn't change much. Su Chen glanced at it casually and ordered, "Satoshi, take off." With a whoosh, the intelligent chariot quickly flew into the air. It can really fly. Seeing that it was really in the air, Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the surprise on his face didn't dissipate for a long time. "Brother Chen, you lead the way." Seeing that Chen Feng was a little stunned, Su Chen smiled and reminded him. Chen Feng reacted and walked to the window. After glancing down, he reached out and pointed in a direction. It's in the cave in the belly of the mountain. The intelligent chariot turned on the search function, easily locked the specific location and flew over. 10 minutes later, the intelligent chariot flew outside the cave and slowly descended. "Brother Su, what about your MCV after entering the teleportation formation?" Chen Feng reminded him at this moment. The teleportation formation could only carry a dozen people at a time, and a big guy like the intelligent chariot couldn't fit it at all. If it was an ordinary MCV, he would simply throw it away. However, the intelligent chariot was obviously not an ordinary MCV. Not only could it speak, but it also had its own thoughts, and it was a tri-purpose vehicle. How could Su Chen abandon such a treasure? Su Chen smiled. The intelligent chariot could change its size at will, so this problem was not a problem at all. Just as he was about to explain to Chen Feng, the intelligent war chariot suddenly said, "Master, there is a very strange creature in the cave." Su Chen was shocked and asked anxiously, "What kind of creature is it?" The cave was where the teleportation array was located. Once it was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to return to the human continent in a short time. His body exudes a very evil aura, but this aura is not something that creatures of the infinite world have, so I can't distinguish it, the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he quickly opened the door and rushed out. No matter what kind of creature it was, he would never allow the teleportation array to be destroyed. Originally, he wanted to enter the cave as soon as possible to stop them. Unexpectedly, just as he got out of the car, a burly figure came out of the cave. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced over. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. This burly figure had the same 4 limbs and body as a human, but his head was very strange. It was like an octopus, with tentacles constantly waving. As for those scarlet eyes, they were emitting a chilling light, causing one to tremble with fear upon seeing them. Su Chen had never seen such a strange creature before, so he asked Chen Feng, "Senior brother Chen, have you seen such a creature before?" Chen Feng shook his head with a solemn expression. When Su Chen was about to communicate with this strange creature, the flaming phoenix's signal suddenly came from the pet-raising space. Su Chen quickly opened the pet-raising space and asked, "What's the matter, flaming phoenix?" The flaming phoenix said anxiously, "Master, he is a void beast." Chapter 613. It's a beast of the void. Su Chen's expression froze. He more or less understood the beast of the void from the flaming phoenix and the gold-devouring beetles. The beast of the void was extremely powerful. It was almost impossible for cultivators of the same level to compete with it. However, there was one thing that he found very strange. The beast of the void lived in the void. How did it break through the boundaries of the myriad tribes and enter the beast-tamer continent? With doubts in his heart, Su Chen asked the flaming phoenix, "Flaming, how do you think this beast of the void entered here?" "Master, it should have been brought here by someone." The flaming phoenix replied with uncertainty. Then it explained, "This beast of the void has no aura of life. It seems to be a puppet." Puppet? Su Chen's heart froze. He did not doubt the flaming phoenix's words at all. After all, the flaming phoenix had entered the void battleground and had come into contact with the beast of the void. It could definitely determine whether the beast of the void was dead or alive. Then who had the ability to refine a beast of the void into a puppet and bring it to the beast-tamer continent? Could it be? Su Chen suddenly thought of someone, and his expression changed abruptly. Then he shifted his gaze to the beast of the void and said in a low voice, "Ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe, if I'm not wrong, this puppet should be yours, right?" "What? He's the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe?" As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the people on the intelligent war chariot changed drastically. They were all terrified and uneasy. The ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe was an existence that surpassed level 10. If he really appeared here, none of them would be able to survive. "Human, not only are you powerful, but you're also very meticulous. You're a rare talent." The beast of the void praised first, then its eyes flashed with a fierce light. It snorted coldly and said, "However, you dare to slaughter my people. You don't know what's good for you. So what if I kill your people? What can you do to me? Do you dare to fight me?" Su Chen had already recovered from his initial shock. Facing the threat of the great ancestor of the beast-taming clan, he sneered contemptuously and retaliated. It was true that the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe was a saint-level powerhouse, but as soon as he entered the continent, his cultivation level would be suppressed to below the saint level. If anyone below the saint level wanted to kill him, they would have to gang up on him. It was impossible for one person to do it alone. Furthermore, what appeared before him was not the true body of the ancestor of the beast-tamer clan. Instead, it was just a puppet that had been entrusted with a primordial spirit, so its strength would definitely drop by a level. He was even less afraid. "Junior apprentice brother Su, you're really crazy." Hearing this, Chen Feng and Xia Jingyi were speechless. Su Chen was probably the only person in the world who dared to speak to a saint-level powerhouse in such a tone. The fury in the patriarch of the beast tamer tribe's heart had reached its peak. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Being looked down upon by a level 7 cultivator was a great humiliation to him. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to rip out Su Chen's tendons and skin him alive to vent the anger in his heart. However, he also knew that a puppet's body would not be able to do anything to Su Chen, so he was not in a hurry to act. Human, don't be too arrogant. Although I can't kill you for now, I can destroy the teleportation formation here and all the interworld passageways to the beast-taming clan's continent, trapping you here for good. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan seemed to have grasped Su Chen's Achilles heel. He laughed wildly without restraint. Hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan's method was extremely vicious, and it was what he did not want to see the most. Chapter 614. Tell me, what do you want? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan did not attack him, nor did he destroy the transmission formation immediately. Instead, he explained the benefits to him. There must be a purpose behind this. I like to deal with smart people. The great ancestor of the beast-taming tribe smiled sinisterly and continued, as long as you submit to me, not only will I not make things difficult for you, but I will also give you more cultivation resources and guarantee your safe return to the human continent. Is this old thing an idiot? On the intelligent war chariot, Yang Hao and the others were indignant. What kind of person was Su Chen? He was a super genius with extraordinary talent. He was also an invincible killing god. It was wishful thinking to ask Su Chen to submit to others. Submit to you? Su Chen smiled foolishly and said sarcastically, Do you think you're worthy? He had made up his mind. If the patriarch of the beast-taming clan dared to talk nonsense again, even if he could not return to the human continent for the time being, he would destroy this puppet of the patriarch of the beast-taming clan. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan gnashed his teeth in anger. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and sneered, Human, are you really not worried about being trapped here forever? Stop threatening me. Why don't you try to trap me? Su Chen did not like his bad habit. He raised his voice and scolded him. If the patriarch of the beast-taming clan dared to do that, he would slaughter everyone on the beast-taming continent. At most, he would fight to the death. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Boy, you've got guts. This ancestor likes people like you. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan changed the topic. Su Chen was a little confused. Human, since you don't want to submit to me, I have a compromise, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan continued. Let's hear it. Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth and said coldly. He could guess that the patriarch of the beast-taming clan's so-called compromise was definitely not a good idea. Leave your gold-devouring beetle behind, and I'll let you leave safely. The ancestor of the imperial beast tribe glanced at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, You want my spiritual pet? Su Chen's face darkened, and a flame of anger burned in his chest. At this moment, he was fully aware that the patriarch of the beast tamer clan had been bluffing. His real objective was the gold-devouring beetles. The metal-devouring beetle was a level 8 insect beast with extremely powerful combat strength. It was one of Su Chen's main trump cards. Would he give it away? Not to mention the old ancestor of the beast-taming tribe asking for the gold-devouring beetles. Even if it was the 3 mutated wolves, he would still not agree. Seeing that Su Chen was silent, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan said with a smile, It's just a level 8 insect beast. With your ability, it's easy for you to tame a level 8 spiritual pet. Hee, Su Chen smiled contemptuously and said, You want to hit on my spiritual pet? You can give up. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly performed the Atlas shape-shifting skill. When his body rose to a height of 30 meters, a small 5-colored mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, a purple light flashed under his feet, and he charged toward the patriarch of the beast-taming clan. How dare the patriarch of the beast-taming clan covet his spiritual pet? This was a taboo. No matter what, he had to teach the patriarch of the beast-taming clan a lesson today. Seeing that Su Chen was charging toward him like a madman, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan was so angry that the corner of his mouth twitched. However, before he could curse, a small mountain came crashing down on his head. A divine weapon. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan was shocked. If it were his original body, he could send this small mountain flying with just a finger. However, this void beast puppet was only level 8. It was not enough to fight against a divine weapon. He could not defeat it, but he would not sit still and wait for death. He gathered all his strength and threw a punch. Chapter 6:15. There was a loud bang. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan was sent flying. He crashed into the stone wall behind him and sank deep into it. Su Chen withdrew the primary 5 extremes mountain and did not continue to attack. The reason why he attacked was not only to vent his anger, but also to intimidate the patriarch of the beast-taming clan. Clatter, as a large number of rocks fell from the stone wall, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan struggled out of the stone wall. "Kid, you're much stronger than I thought." The patriarch of the beast-taming clan stared at Su Chen with a grave expression. Su Chen was already strong enough. With the sacred weapon, his strength had increased tremendously, making him even more difficult to deal with. "Do you still want to ask me for the spiritual pet now?" Su Chen sneered. "You can choose not to give it to me, but don't even think about leaving here alive." The patriarch of the beast-taming clan threatened and continued, "I'll trap you here and invite level 9 or level 10 powerhouses from other clans to kill you. If one of them can't kill you, I'll invite 10 of them. If 10 of them can't kill you, I'll invite 20. No matter how strong you are, you'll only die if you're surrounded by so many powerhouses." Su Chen pondered after hearing that. As a sage-level patriarch of the beast-taming clan, he could indeed invite some level 9 or level 10 powerhouses. However, by then, he would be in an extremely passive position. There was a high possibility that he would be surrounded and killed. However, it was impossible for him to force him to hand over the gold-devouring beetles just because of that. "If you dare to do that, I'll slaughter all of your clansmen. You should know that with my strength, it won't be difficult for me to do that," Su Chen sneered fearlessly. He wasn't being an alarmist when he said that. He could continuously increase his strength by exploding fragments. The more beast-taming clan members he killed, the more fragments he would drop, and the stronger his strength would be. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeve. He was very confident that he could wipe out the beast-taming clan. Of course, he would not choose to do that unless he had no other choice. After all, the people in the intelligent war chariot were too weak. If the patriarch of the beast-tamer clan insisted on taking action, he would not be able to protect them at all. Seeing that Su Chen was going to fight to the death, the patriarch of the beast-tamer tribe hesitated. He had personally experienced Su Chen's strength. Once Su Chen went crazy, none of his clansmen would be able to resist him. It was very likely that they would all be slaughtered. Naturally, he did not wish to see such a situation. However, after coming all the way here, not only did he not get any benefits, he was even humiliated and threatened by Su Chen. If he allowed Su Chen to leave, how could he be willing? "Human, if you want to leave this place, you have to leave something behind, don't you think?" the ancestor of the beast-tamer clan said in a deep voice. "What other benefits do you want?" Su Chen said indifferently. Su Chen did not continue to provoke the patriarch of the beast-taming clan when he saw that he was willing to compromise. "Leave the giant sword of the Northern sacred leader." After all, it originally belonged to the beast-taming clan, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan said bluntly. That giant yellow sword was a sacred weapon. Its value was immeasurable. Naturally, Su Chen was reluctant to part with it. He coughed softly and said, "A mere weapon is nothing. How about I give you something else in exchange?" Seeing that Su Chen seemed to have compromised, The patriarch of the beast-taming clan was tempted. He said, "What is it? Tell me about it." Su Chen pursed his lips slightly. He pretended to be profound and said, "As long as the beast-taming clan members don't provoke me in the future, I won't kill them." Chapter 616. This was a benefit? This was clearly a King threat. The patriarch of the beast-taming tribe was enraged. He roared, "Human, are you going to fight me to the death?" He had already made a huge concession, but he did not expect Su Chen to still be toying with him. This was intolerable. Su Chen explained with a smile, "You can ask around. How many mutated tribes have died in my hands? Not to mention the beast-taming tribe, I can even slaughter the 5 super tribes as I wish. You should be aware of my talent. It'll be a piece of cake for me to advance to the sacred level. By then, who will be my opponent? Who can stop me? As long as there's a tribe that I don't like, I'll wipe them out completely. So, do you still think the benefits I offered are child's play?" At this point, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe, waiting for his reply. At this moment, the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe was stunned. Originally, he was here to make things difficult for Su Chen. Why did he become so passive after hearing Su Chen's words? Admittedly, Su Chen was a little arrogant, but what he said was not an alarmist. With Su Chen's talent, it was highly possible for him to advance to the sacred level. Once he advanced to the sacred level, there were very few people who could suppress him. At that time, he did not even know if he could survive, let alone deal with Su Chen. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe was a little hesitant and uneasy. This was a great opportunity to kill Su Chen. If he missed it, he might not have another chance. If he wanted to kill Su Chen, he would have to pay a terrible price. Moreover, he was not 100% confident that he could kill Su Chen. If he let Su Chen go, he would be a fatal threat to him when Su Chen grew stronger. After pondering for a long time, the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe said, "I can let you go. However, other than the benefits you mentioned earlier, there's another condition." "Tell me about it," Su Chen said calmly. "You have to swear that everything that happened today will be written off. If you ever see me in the future, you can't find trouble with me for no reason, let alone kill me." The ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe said bluntly. Everyone on the intelligent war chariot was dumbfounded. A saint-level master actually wanted a level 7 cultivator to swear not to kill him in the future? Wasn't this too inconceivable? What they didn't know was that the ancestor of the beast-tamer clan was actually planning ahead. He had long seen Su Chen's potential, and it was only a matter of time before Su Chen advanced to the saint rank. This was also a way out for himself. As for asking Su Chen to swear an oath, it seemed like a child's play, but it was not. The vows of cultivators all contained a certain amount of the will of the Heaven Tao. Once one went against it, not to mention suffering the wrath of the heavens, it would surely cause an extremely great obstruction on one's path of cultivation, and it might even cause one to be unable to advance. Therefore, very few people would go against a cultivator's oath. Su Chen looked at the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe in a daze. He had never expected the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe to say such a thing. Given what the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe had done that day, he was already on Su Chen's kill list. However, since the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe had already compromised and made such a request, Su Chen could not kill him anymore. However, Su Chen was still unwilling to let the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe go. He said, "Since you have said so, it would be inappropriate for me to not give you any face." At this point, Su Chen paused for a moment and continued, "Give me 100 blood gems, and I swear that I won't find trouble with you in the future." "You want more blood gems?" The ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe opened his mouth slightly, and his mind was in a mess. He had already backed down to this extent, but Su Chen still wanted a yard after giving him an inch. He had gone too far. Even a clay figurine would have a temper. At this moment, the ancestor of the beast-tamer tribe's eyes were burning with anger again. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.